many of the future storylines have upset fans, like Bart being a deadbeat and several of them, and Lisa being stuck in an unhappy marriage, American Dad doesn't take its future episodes too seriously. And by constantly resetting some of these features, the show gives itself the freedom to have fun and explore wild, unexpected directions for its characters. And for the ones that don't reset, you can choose to see these as alternate realities, which is smart because the writers know they'll never satisfy everyone when they jump into the future and show how the characters end up. There's just too many expectations there. And so that is every single American Dad episode set in the future. What's your favourite timeline and what show should I cover next? Let me know in the comments below. Going into the love lives of Roger. Ralph Strawberry? Love Life has been one wild ride, but with heartbreaks, hookups, plenty of fembots, madbots, and even a few humans along the way. And sure, he claims he's emotionless, but let's be real here. Bender might just be the most emotional one out of the entire group.
Being a robot's great, but they don't have emotions. Sometimes that makes me very sad.
But out of all of the love interests that he's chased, who's the one that got away? Buckle up, meatbags, because we're diving into the twisted love life of Bender. The Crushinator. Bender didn't waste any time in his first moments of the show, because in the very second episode, he gets frisky with the farmer's robot daughter during the crew's first moon delivery. Bender may be a crass womanizer, but he doesn't discriminate when it comes to love. He attracts to fembots of all shapes and sizes, such as the Crushinator. But her father didn't take too kindly to their affair and chased him across the moon. But he stopped when the Crushinator proclaimed her love for Bender in that deep, salty voice.
Oh, I love him.
As for Bender, he forgot all about her as soon as he left the moon, unlike the Crushinator, who would ask him for a dance much later on when they eventually crossed paths.
Do you want to dance? No, I'm not really. You know you want to.
And later on, she dated a robot who looked suspiciously like Bender. But the Crushinator finally seemed to get her man bar in Season 8, The Silence of the Clams. He did everything on your checklist. He was separate. Stop looking and feeling, and he stuck it through that button.
What did they want to hear?
This question stuck.
No, it's all right. Right? Our job to ensure he serves us safe.
She was like Sarah. So she should know.
This is people that consider how many people talk about hell, but there's not a focus on it because I think it takes all of the excuses out. Okay, you don't want to admit that hell is unjust? Fine. Ridiculous, but fine. You want to believe that there is no hell because that makes it easier to accept God's morality? Fine. We can talk about annihilation, and we can talk about universalism, and any of these other things that get us out of the bind of what is, I think, somewhat clear in the New Testament. I'm open to the idea of those concepts being theologically correct. Not that there's any basis for anything anyway, since the sign does not exist, but then let's talk about that. Is heaven so great? Is heaven moral? What are the problems with this paradise? And there are many. Now, as a caveat, I should start off by saying there are many different concepts of heaven as well. That we have this one true God, this one true religion, this perfect holy book, communicating God's words to us, and yet we can't agree on heaven and hell, the afterlife. The whole pretense to the reason we need to do something in this life in a correct and specific way. That makes a great deal of sense. Anyways, are there different issues in how heaven is perceived? Yes, some people believe that it is a soul versus an actual spiritual body versus our physical bodies being reincarnated, etc., up into the heavens. That leads to their own set of problems. But I want to major in the majors. I think the most Christians, and I am talking about the Christian heaven here, or the biblical heaven, think about heaven. They think about a few things, and I want to throw them out there. Will there be some of you in the comments who are like, well, technically that's not what I think? Fine. Majoring in majors. Most people believe that heaven is eternal. It goes on forever, and it does not end. Most people think that they will be in heaven in some physical sense, that we will be able to recognize other people, that there will be food, that there will be places, that there the recording industry is pleased to present you with this Blur album. Christian rock albums go forward with frankincense and myrrh. Congratulations.
I never think we get one about that Blur album. I don't know you anything, fat boy. You mean to tell me I can never get a better album with a Christian rock band?
Oh, but you can double her.
God damn it!
Oh, please don't take the Lord's name in vain.
Who cares? I can never win my bet because you stupid assholes don't give out platinum albums.
But you spread the word of the Lord. You brought faith in Jesus.
Oh, Jesus! I'm pretty sure you shouldn't say that word about Jesus.
Oh, he's a fuck! He's a fucking rapist, damn it! Fuck Bob Ross, a white fucking faggot! Oh, man. Oh, burn a fucking cross if I have to! Fuck little people! Fuck me! Wait! Excuse me.
Man, look, you can't talk it. I can never beat Kyle now. I'll say it again. Jesus! Good job, dickhead. You lost the entire audience. Now, you token it, black asshole. Guess he got what he deserved. You, Eric.
Fucking talking out of these lies dolls! Whoa! Excuse me. fucking cult. Heaven doesn't exist. Sir Panchius from Hasman Hotel said so. Why do religious people fucking believe that shit? No wonder you're probably die, you get fucking cancer. God's not gonna save you, so I'm a fucking negative. You're gonna die at one point. Oh, excuse me. You know what? Red, blue, red, fuck you two. Fuck Jack Patrick. They're not fucking here. Why is everyone here? Get lost.
Christianity. Not because I'm mad at God. I don't even think any God exists.
God doesn't exist? What? He's a fucking whatever fucking fairy? No wonder that we don't fucking evolve. Why do we believe in some fucking church? I don't get it. Yeah, I'm fucking anti. It feels so good to be evil. Excuse me. I want to get raped again. I want to get raped so badly. I want someone's fucking dick in my ass. Oh. I'm sucking all this man ejaculating my ass, and that fucking white motherfucker Christian that basically fucking took me to that mental facility, wanted to fucking groom me. He calls himself a fucking Christian. I bet every fucking Christian's gonna fucking rape me, aren't they? No, us, if you're supposed to do bad shit, shut up if you're thinking, no, we don't do bad shit. Excuse me. So I'm not a fucking little person. Sorry. I'm not fucking 2 foot because they're fucking kids. Oh, can a little person rape children? No, they can't. It's okay. They're predators, right? Is that okay? Is that okay? Should predators be legal? Should it? Everyone's telling me yes. I keep telling all my life. It's okay, isn't it? It's okay that Ian Russell did it to me, right? Can little people rape? Can they? Can a little person rape a 7-year-old? No, they can't they? Because their bodies are too small. So a 13-year-old, they can rape an adult, right? Because they're tall, right? Right? Why does Schlep even fucking carried away? Who cares if he got groomed? Sorry. Who cares if Dumbo got groomed? I got groomed. No one gives a fuck. We all should fucking kill ourselves, huh? Because you know what? Predators are legalized. If that wasn't the case, then why is there child marriages in other fucking countries then, huh? Excuse me. It's not disgusting. People say it's normal because, oh, is that being gay? Okay, being gay is illegal, but fucking a child, what people say isn't. Oh, I feel sick. Is that why the antenna lazy hoe want me to see me fuck my dogs? I feel like it's sick, but people tell me it's not sick. I don't get it. Ah! I like big dicks. I even saw a trans man that gets an erection. It was fucking hot. But people think that's sick because, oh, you want to fuck a child. What the hell? Well, I'm not gonna make it before 40. I'm not gonna make it before I'm 40. Oh. I guess I am not fine. I guess I am not fine, which I'm not. I'm jealous and I feel fucking misheard and I keep constantly comparing myself to those other YouTubers, especially those fucking pranksters. Why is doing crime so normal? I'm confused. Why hasn't World War III happened yet if this is illegal? I'm surprised that a nuclear blast didn't instinct us all. Now, I don't want that to happen, but a lot of people say, yeah, we need to make it legal. I'm hearing thoughts in my head. I do have, you know what, I'm going to self-diagnose. I do have psychosis. There. Who that fucking Cyrex is, you right fucking asshole? No, shut up! And you have fuck Patrick. He's a fucking Polish freak. Sorry. He's not here anymore. No one fucking cares because this talking hat guy, he's like a fucking god because he's white. Why are my white viewers here then? My mother told me that she doesn't like white people because what it did to us blacks the fucking past. I wish I was 2 feet so I'd be safe as a fucking child. I wish I could fucking hurt myself. Ah! This is why I don't want Chris to be here because I'm gonna get these meltdowns and I don't want him to hear it. You know what? Since they want to do this, fine. I won't be surprised if one of the fucking hardcores get fucking killed. I'll celebrate. See fucking blood going out of their fucking hearts. Hey, YouTube, here you go. You love porn. You love porn. Is that why my channel doesn't get seen much? Because I'm not doing fucking something illegal because of fucking dirty Indians, CO? Is this why Indians? Oh, what if Indians are predators? No, they're not. They're not. I know. The only handful of them are, yes. I miss my apartment. I miss going for walks. Oh, I miss. Why not do this sooner? We want to be in this mess. And I keep commenting about people not fucking interested. How many comments does it have to take just for my child to get seen more? How many? I did 24 comments today. How many more? Do I need to say, oh, I like dick for 500? I have mama have likes. Does it always have to be like this? I need to release stress. Oh. Oh. I ain't even fucking bathed yet. I don't care. I want to fucking smell like a damn dead dog. I don't care anymore. Dear large YouTubers out there, you don't know how lucky you have it. Okay? I know this live stream is not gonna get suggested. You don't know how lucky you have it right now. I want to hear if your mother died. So other people's mother died. You're not the only one, okay? Literally. I'm here basically doing my best just to support my fucking family, okay? And yes, I do miss my fucking apartment. I wish I was actual speed so that I could feel like I'm safe and not getting falsely accused of shoplifting at Walmart and basically people want to fucking tackle me or whatever. I'm tired of it. I feel like I'm living in a world of Attack on Titan at this point because I feel that I'm the only one that's getting crushed and basically honestly. Just worried that my viewers are just gonna leave. A few of them that never came back. They have never came back. And I blame myself for because I'm not the talking hat that gets 500. I try to be jealous. I'm inspired by him. Yes, I'm jealous. Okay, I'm human for that because he can easily get 500,000 views in 2 days. Man, my life would be so different. I had that many. I would if I just moved back to my apartment and just film out Walmart again without being fucking told. Oh, you know, I'm allowed to though. As long as I don't film other. Well, as long as they're fine with it, I don't fucking care. This is why when you're a celebrity, you're God. Okay? You are. There's no such thing as human beings. How do we have flesh? How do we have heartbeats? Honestly, I like seeing blood, okay? I like seeing someone get killed. If they deserve it. Excuse me. Buddha, it'd be nice if I have someone say, oh, yeah, you're so underrated. Why don't you have 200,000 subscribers yet? I never got comments like that. Sorry that I don't have a functioning computer. Sorry that I don't talk like I'm a CEO. I guess maybe it is. Maybe I should kill myself. Why haven't I yet? Because, yeah, the old YouTube style is over, right? I got to be all professional. Yeah, I think everyone on here has way more wealth than I do. Who cares if you got cancer or a dead parent? Too bad. You have more money, so do something. I'm surprised I'm not fucking homeless yet. You know, I was really close to back then. I wish I was. Ah!
I hate it because it compels people to make up excuses for moral abominations, like slavery and children. I can't even count how many arguments I've had with Christians where I, the atheist, and
Atheist here. I should be an atheist, not a fucking agnostic. No, I can still be agnostic.
that slavery is horrible, and the Christian is the one trying to make up excuses for it. And then they have the audacity to tell me I don't have a foundation for morality when they're the ones who think.
Who cares? You don't have the right to disrespect Jay. Shut up! Alright? You know the house I be fucking groomed, don't you, you fucking bitch? Excuse me. Oh, God. I just lost out again, didn't I? Oh, excuse me. I can represent all. I don't care if this is the word generalization. I think every black person should just, stop saying generalize. I can generalize as much as I want. Excuse me. Bob Ross, shut up! Shut up with your fucking painting! You're not fucking God! No one I will can be like you, you fucking bearded fucking hippie! Excuse me. Oh. Oh. I should forgot to close the door. If this fucking smells, I want to make it smell like fucking pigsty in here. Oh. I like smelling. Gosh.
There you are. There you are. Wait, here comes the fun police. Garnet said you'd be here, but I didn't want to believe it. Grow more bad gems? Is that what you're talking about? They grew other gems here? Amethyst, he's not ready. Oh, but don't worry, Steven. Everything's just fine now. Amethyst? It all worked out. We won. Stop and we shut this place down so the Earth would be safe from parasites like me. Amethyst, that's enough. Pearl? Steven, I'm sorry. I never wanted you to see this horrible place. Why don't you
Just leave!
Admit it. I'm just an embarrassment to you. Amethyst! Wait! I don't want to fight you. I wouldn't want to
Fight me neither!
You guys, stop it!
Stay out of it!
Amethyst, stop this! You can't beat me.
I don't care!
I'm not gonna let you stand there and remind me of everything I hate about myself. I never asked for it to be this way.
I never asked to be made.
Amethyst. Amethyst, please, no more. I know you're upset, but
bear to watch you two hurt each other. Amethyst! 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 Where are you? Amethyst!
Go away. I'm bad and you shouldn't be around me.
What? That's ridiculous. Look, I don't know what any of this really means, but
Yeah, you don't. Because if you did, you wouldn't be talking to me.
Squirrel, get in here. You gotta help me. But you have to talk to her.
Amethyst? Amethyst, I had no idea you've been upset about this. What? You had no idea? Oh, this is like my entire existence. You want to pretend that none of this ever happened. You think I'm just a big mistake. No, Amethyst. You're not the mistake. You're just the byproduct of a big mistake. No, that's not. I just never thought of this as you. None of this is your fault. You didn't build this place. I'm sorry, Amethyst. I hope you can forgive me. You're the one good thing that came out of this mess. I always thought you were proud of that.
Let's just put the family off. Lena Dunham is a very controversial figure in Hollywood, but she wouldn't be half as controversial if she wasn't ugly. In fact, Lena Dunham is a perfect example of how we discriminate against ugly people and then gaslight them about it. But no more. Today is the day we finally acknowledge that if pretty is a privilege,
It is.
a curse.
Yes, being ugly is a curse. I don't care if anyone says otherwise. I accept that I am. Hey, maybe I would have gotten Pablo like Ghost of Speed if I basically was hot and saying that I want to rip a girl. Which I fucking don't. Plus, I know I'm too fucking small for that. He's fucking 5'9", and yes, the life of your bones determines your fucking existence.
My big sister always knew she was a beautiful gal. And when I say she knew she was a beautiful gal, I mean, she used to go by Abby the Goddess, and then she eventually upgraded that to Abby the Empress. So what growing up with the same face as my big sister who knew she was beautiful meant was that she refused to let any of us even entertain the idea that we were ugly. Because if we were ugly, then she was ugly, and she knew damn well she wasn't ugly. My thing truly to building our self-esteem serious. I remember being in maybe grade 6 when she created a document on the computer where she essentially cropped up all of our facial features and explained why each feature on our face was beautiful because she overheard one or more of us saying something negative about our looks. But there's one particular thing my big sister would say all the time that exposed the world for what it was. She told us that we were beautiful. We just weren't in style yet. Let me explain what she meant by that. My mother is Bahamian, my father is Nigerian, and I was born and raised in the Bahamas. Although I've now been in America for the majority of my life, but as xenophobes who like to pretend I just arrived in America yesterday and I have no right to speak. Anyway, while I love my Bahama land daily,
one of the worst leftovers from slavery and colonization is a beauty standard that says beauty is light skin and curly hair. In addition to my big sister, I was fortunate to have a mother who, despite embodying the light skin curly hair standard for beauty that the Bahamas favor, she had made sure to preemptively expose and denounce colorism as a symptom of what she used to call an inferiority complex. So by the time I experienced colorism, I understood that it was not my problem. My mom actually worked overtime to tell my sister and I that our dark skin was more beautiful than her light skin, which wasn't something she said because she didn't think her skin was beautiful or just as beautiful as ours, but because she understood that in our society that said only her skin was beautiful, she needed to go out of her way to ensure her dark skinned daughters never internalized that. So she made us the standard of beauty in our household. And the reason she did that was because my mother was responding to the same reality that my big sister was speaking to when she said that we were beautiful, we just weren't in style. What my big sister was trying to tell us was that we were beautiful as a matter of fact, but whether we get recognized as beautiful by others is based on what kind of beauty is in style and who is allowed to be beautiful according to it. Because my sister told me that, I always understood my own beauty to be a fact of life that other people just hadn't caught on to yet and would not always catch on to, depending on the environment's cultural understanding of beauty. And then one day, and when my heart tells me it was 2006, but Google tells me it was 2004, the song African Queen dropped and put me on the map. Well, I was finally in style, which provided me an early lesson about beauty, desirability, and my relationship to it, which was that to be African in and of itself was to be inherently unattractive and undesirable. No one had even bothered to consider my looks or whether I was attractive until they were first given permission to think African could be beautiful, a queen at all. To be African was to be precluded from beauty until the culture shifted a little bit to make space for me, till we were in style. And while that shift made space for me, the belief that African is precluded from beauty is no less alive all throughout my life, and especially so now that I exist on the internet where thousands of people tell me what they think. Whenever anyone wants to paint me as undesirable in any way, they always emphasize that I'm African. It does not matter that my accent clearly tells the tale of where I'm actually from, or that I've never been to Nigeria. You will never come across a person who's declaring that I'm in some way unattractive or less than that does not describe me solely as African, which isn't inherently a problem. I do have a Nigerian face, but they never acknowledge that I'm Bahamian or Caribbean.
My dad told me one time when you know what? Why do I get foreigners to my if you don't like black people, why are you here? Shouldn't it only be Americans on here? Yeah, I'm maybe xenophobic, but why are you here? If you don't like black people, why the fuck are you here then? Why can't you just worry about your own fucking country's problems? Anyway. What? When we were talking about how some people are just really amazing in their hearts and minds, but might not get attention sexually, he said people are really all different, and some are such good people. They're great to talk to, do things with, but they're just hard to look at. Yeah, I know I'm hard to look at. Of course I am. He believes the more human faces we see every day, the more dreams we have. You know, I just want to say, for anyone that's attractive, yes, you could have problems. But remember, though, just because you do have problems doesn't mean that us uglies cannot either. Yes, you may get catcalled. So do ugly people. And from my experience here, I don't want to look at the live stream. I'm just worried that YouTube's going to keep fucking removing it because they don't fucking care. But you know that us uglies can get sexually assaulted, right? Not to mention, people do more likely to take advantage of us because they know that we're kind of desperate just to get attention, even if it's not sexually. I know by experience. I just wanted to just share that. Yep, the subreddit ugly. Yes, I seen a subreddit. The thing that hurts the most is the gaslighting. Yes. And the validation that ugly people receive. Yes. But yeah, that's true. As an autistic black woman, I learned early on that if I played into the look ideals of the community, it was it. I want to say this. Why should I care about any of your country's culture? Yeah, call me fucking xenophobic. Am I not? I know I'm not attracted enough. Why can't you just watch those fucking attractive Tubers? What the fuck are you here? Why? You know you can watch them, right? They got better production. They're fucking hot. You can masturbate in front of them. Why can't you just watch them instead? I don't get it. It's just so weird that most of you keep coming back. I don't get it. I don't. Yeah, I'm pushing you apart because you know what? I fucking can though. Yeah, why am I showing it like this? It's so hard to be kind sometimes. It's so I'll call it the kindness fatigue because yes, you want something. Okay, you don't want to work as a slave. Yeah, you want people to basically give you kindness back. That's how life should be. As they say, treat others how you want to be treated. Damn it. Even though those officers are fucking rude. I keep playing that part. Yes, I know they're doing their job. Say they're for those fucking workers. Because you know what? I know that you're the mature one. Even they're fucking mean at you. Because I want to be like those stupid middle-aged Karens that would shout out and yell whatever. No. Because I'm too much. Yeah, I'm fucking childish. I sleep with fucking plushies, okay? I dress like this. But at least I don't fucking cause a scene in public. This is indoors. I don't do this outside. Because there's no point in it. Yes, I got a few incidents when I cried or whatever. At least I was support by it. Yes, I did. And you know what? Oh, God. I want to ask everyone, can a little person rape a child? Is it possible or is it not possible? So I need to ask you this. If it's the world's smallest person, even if they're an adult, can they take advantage of a child? Or is it allowed that they could date a child? Is it? I want to know. Does the life of their body mean that it's okay to have sex with a child because they look like one and they have the mental capacity as one? I need to know. I need to know. Is that why Ian Russell, for example, because he's more autistic than I am? It's okay what he did to me, right? Because he's probably mid-functioning. Is it okay that he did to me because he's autistic? Tell me. Tell me. I need to know. This is important. Surprised no one voted. Interesting. I know there'll be one person on here that wants to see me end my life. They always do. I'm surprised no one voted. Where was I? I wanted to take a shower, but no. Epstein survivors. I hope that man gets fucking killed what he fucking did. And that's why no one basically cared for that poor woman that and Charlotte that basically got stabbed in the neck to death because they fucking released him. Oh my god. Okay.
African is the definition of ugliness in a culture that says Eurocentric beauty is the standard. Caribbean doesn't have the same perception that has been given to African. In fact, Caribbean has been exoticized and made desirable in many ways. But all that aside, that song African Queen put me on the map and confirmed what my big sister told me. Who was recognized as beautiful was determined by what was in style and who and what our different communities were told was beautiful. And throughout life, I have continued seeing the style shift in and out of my favor. Mostly in.
Yeah, I love this woman. I'm gonna subscribe. I need this right now. Nicki Minaj, I want to see your fucking ass, bitch. Honestly, you're fucking disgusting. I want to see someone that's hideous, that deformities did not fucking goddamn. I'm so glad I'm not into women. No, this doesn't mean that I'm heterophobic. No. I wish I could love women. There are gorgeous women out there, but goddamn it, you're the reason why the women feel fucking bad about themselves. You fucking disgusting fucking fat bastard. God damn it. Like, put those fucking butts away. Yeah, and people are gonna say, "Oh, Dia, no, you're being gay." So what? You want to fuck children, right? Fuck you! I hope you get your head sliced. Excuse me. God, man, I should have watched more gore on Reddit. I wish I did. People that deserve to get fucking killed. I don't know. I wish not the gay ones. No. God, poor man. The people that deserve it. Hell, homophobes that did that. I would like to see fucking blood gushing out their fucking heads like a water fountain. Oh, yeah, blood. Sorry. Oh, God. Why do I live like this as being a victim? Why? Why? I don't live like this every fucking night. Well, everyone gets to rise peacefully. People act like ugly people should not even dare to speak about things. Shelley Garland, thank you for this, hon. God forbid an ugly person disagree with something valid as fuck. Yes. Wait, what? Don't be a straightforward, aggressive woman if you're ugly either. If I wasn't fat, I'd be what? I'm confused. This is literally a trending topic on TikTok because a black woman says she refused a coffee date with a man. And people, men and women, went off saying she needs to take what she can get because, ugh, I don't like to say that word, Lord. Not right now. She doesn't deserve to hate. She doesn't deserve to have standards because they don't find her attractive. Anybody who says being ugly isn't real have never. It is real. I'm one of them. Oh, sexual violence when you're an attractive woman is a whole other discussion that could and should be had. I honestly think very so in social aware on attractive women because sometimes have the psychology of male victim. What? What does that mean? It doesn't help that attractive women assert that they are the only ones being violated in that way. And these to draw pity parts, but their privilege, yeah. I think another thing people struggle to admit is that beauty is a performance. Yeah, it is. You put on a costume of beauty with makeup, clothes, hairstyles, skincare. Yes. A lot of people like the idea that beauty is always invisible and natural. Yes. Man, as an ugly person, I can't tell you how much I appreciate this video. I never heard anybody articulate the taboo of being ugly. I tried to embrace my ugliness for a while in a cunning way, and it makes everyone so uncomfortable if I try and say so. It drives me nuts. Yep, relatable. Oh, as a gay guy who tends to be skinny fat and with maybe slightly above average looks, it was always such a weird feeling going back and forth between desirable and hideous despite gaining or losing 5 to 10 pounds. It made me hyper aware of how much my looks impacted my life, but even still, I was totally caught off guard by what I witnessed when I had a very attractive Dutch friend come stay with me for a few months when I lived in LA. He was blonde, 6'4", broad shoulders, and he's almost hot. Then Wayne smiled a face and seeing how people fell over themselves to get this attention in public. At that point, I lived in LA for 3 years and knew no one. And he was there for a week and I had a dozen friends. Yeah, he would make friends with people he just randomly met at a coffee shop like it was nothing. It isn't that I wasn't aware of the difference between pretty privilege and the curse of being ugly or average, but this really drove how different your life is. Yes, it is. Well, I do think there's something to be said for people who have a lot of confidence or it still does not make up for it doesn't. Also doesn't help those of us that are average and awkward of negative charisma. Yes. Yet the halo effect does exist. People like to fucking lie. It's basically because people can get a job. How? With what? They don't have money to clean themselves. They don't have a suit, and basically they may have lack social skills. So what? You're gonna blame them for that? This is why I'm glad that the red giant is gonna engulf the earth. I'm so glad. I never realized how much the halo effect exists till I lost 100 pounds. I got in really good shape. I still have the underlying mental health issues, but no one seems to mind. Even people that didn't notice me at all that come around all of a sudden. I'm someone who went from being ugly to attractive. Now speaking of how I view myself, but how others view me, the very clear difference. My own family and people I know for years treat me completely differently because of the change in my appearance. Yeah. People know who society considers ugly because it's the first thing they use against you when they don't have an argument against you. Well, you're ugly and insecure. Those are people's favorite insults. Yeah. I remember when Fanita, don't know who that is. I'm someone who has seen both sides of this. I grew up the chubby, awkward kid that got made fun of for being fat and weird. I lost a bunch of weight and hit puberty and suddenly got the manic pixie dream girl treatment. People were just a lot nicer, more forgiving. It's ridiculous. Then during the pandemic, I shit my head and gained a significant amount of weight and became invisible to people. Now I've lost weight again and grow my hair back out, and suddenly people were nicer. It's ridiculous. It's crazy how lookism is one of the most accepted and widespread kind of prejudice, and yet none of us acknowledge it. Yeah, I can't understand when people act like insecurity is a personal failure, as if there aren't ever things being done to you. Yeah, trans woman here, you got no clue how incredibly capable, whatever it is. This vetoes to the whole ass trans experience. Feels like I've been waiting to hear this. It's perfectly true if you're non-binary and gender fluid. Saying no one is ugly is like the white people say I don't see color. Yeah, because they're fucking blind to see it. And I love blind people. And they're not fucking blind themselves. They're fucking hypocrites for saying that. I spent my adult life explaining to my pretty friends how pretty and ugly work and even cutting people out of the realizing of. I think it's true that we go through less catcalling, but that doesn't mean we don't get. Yes, we do get sexual abuse. Thank you, Sophie. Sexual abuse is not only about looks. And these statements fuel thinking that victims can prevent getting abused by not making themselves look attractive. This way of thinking harms attractive people too. Yes, it does. And for me, it invalidates my experience as an ugly woman who have been through that. It's not like it's something I want to tell everyone, but I don't want to talk about it to anyone because I thought someone would believe in ugly. Yes. Unattractive children and young people have insecurities that get taken advantage of by predators because they are more likely to respond positively, yes, to attention, even when that attention is actually negative, confusing. For example, what's CSA? Child sexual abuse? The wild part is that the person does not have to be objectively less attractive. They just have to be made to feel or believe that they're ugly. Hmm. Are you serious? They don't believe I've been sexually assaulted due to me being fat and ugly? Oh my goodness. People are finding any reason not to believe victims, but this is so insensitive that it makes me angry. Sexual assault or abuse is not about the sex. It's about the power dynamics. Hmm. As a former fat and ugly, I absolutely have the lived experiences of receipts to prove I was invisible until I became beautiful. I still don't want to go back to how I used to look. I wanted to say something really important. As someone that's ugly, okay, this is what I was supposed to scare us when that episode, like you would say that. Again, I don't want to mistreat anyone based off their looks. I don't want even attractive people. No, no. Okay, because yes, it's not they didn't decide to be attractive. The same way someone decided to be 3'6". I would love to be that height. I don't know why being a hyper child would mean that I won't see it as a threat and people take care of me more. Hell, I would love to date a 6'8" man that would give me piggyback rights. Yes, I have a height fetish. That's weird. Well, you know what? That's not my issue then. Honestly, it is kind for someone that like that boy that I like that's really short like me because he does my fetish. Well, because he's the one who reached out to me because we share the same fetish. I wanna the video's long. I don't wanna write all of this yet. I don't.
The bad bitches, big titties, dramatic proportions, and thick
Man, Nikki, you're fucking hideous. God damn. God, she's fucking ugly.
So I grew up believing I was beautiful, but not the beauty standard. And knowing that whether my beauty was recognized in all its glory depended on what community I was in and what that community's idea of beauty was. Because beauty wasn't really about facts. It was about the collective understanding of what was in style. I was in primary school when African Queen dropped, and that was the first time I really thought about beauty and my relationship to beauty. But the first time I ever really thought about ugliness and what it meant to navigate life ugly was a month after I graduated undergrad, when a college friend of mine forced it into my consciousness. I was in the bar with my friend Bria, and we saw another friend of ours who I'll call Betty, and she was making out with another friend of ours, Sam. So Betty and Sam were obviously drunk as making out, very much so given nerves gone wild. So me and Bria pulled Betty in the back room to make sure she wasn't too drunk to consent. To which she replied that she didn't really want to hook up with Sam. She actually wanted to hook up with our friend Ray. To which Bria and I replied, oh, okay, cool. Go hook up with Ray then. Which Betty quickly shot down with, I can't. But me and Bria didn't understand what she was talking about. She was like, oh, okay, I guess, all right, well, hook up with another guy in the bar if you want that. To which she again told us that she couldn't. So Bria and I are just kind of staring at her confused before she finally just made it plain to us that she was ugly, that people thought she was ugly, and that she did not have a pick of men in the bar, so she felt she had to settle for Sam. When I tell y'all she said that shit, and me and Bria basically did this, that happened more than 10 years ago now. But ever since my friend told me to my face in no uncertain terms that I did not understand my experience trying to navigate dating and hooking up because I wasn't ugly, I have thought about ugliness ever since. Specifically, how we treat ugly. And by ugly, I don't necessarily mean people I personally find ugly. Although sometimes I'm not going to sit up here and do that thing where I pretend I don't think anyone's ugly because beauty is an eye of the mold or some shit like that. No, I think people are ugly. Sometimes I even call people ugly, and so do you. But for the purposes of this video, when I say ugly people, I don't mean based on my individual opinion. I mean people who the larger society considers ugly because they deviate too far from the beauty standard in one way or another. People who structurally fall into ugly, but we'll expound later. I know it sounds wild to hear someone just casually call someone who we're not trying to emotionally harm ugly as a matter of fact. But the reason that feels wild is the taboo around ugliness is part of the problem we're tackling today. You're gonna have to just take a couple of deep breaths and trust that by the end of this video, you will understand why it was necessary that I just say ugly straight up in this video. And I double and triple check with the expert on all things beauty, ugliness, and desirability themselves, the incomparable Deshawn Harrison, whose book, Belly of the Beast, I will be pulling from throughout this video, and whom I also called up. Because if you are personally friends with the author of one of your primary sources, it makes sense to take advantage of that privilege and call them. So call them I did.
Because folks who are feeling the effects of desirability, who are feeling the effects of the libidinal economy, who are feeling the effects of lookism or whatever it is that you want to use, have already deeply internalized the feelings that come with that experience. And so my investment is in acknowledging that ugliness is a structural thing, that is a structural identity, or that rather it is an identity that is structured by so much about how the rest of the world works, under desire, without necessarily making that person or any other person feel like they are ugly just for ugly's sake. If that
So
makes
don't call
sense.
Lena Dunham ugly. What you're saying is I shouldn't just start the video calling Lena Dunham ugly. Is what you're saying.
Oh no, you can. I mean, no. So again, when I'm having structural conversations, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. And in terms of structure, ugly absolutely is part of that. So
Okay, thank you.
she is what she like. She is what she is. For a white woman, Lena is ugly.
I think a lot about ugly people because as a person who does socio-political analysis of people and events for a living and spends my time in spaces with other people who do the same thing, I am regularly confronted with the fact that we not only have no trouble factoring in how race, gender,
Yes,
sexuality,
yes,
age,
yes,
financial status,
yes,
nationality,
all the
citizenship
above.
status, educational background, you name it, factors into how a person is perceived and treated.
Religion
We
too.
require it. Yet, even in those hyper-aware and honest spaces of analysis, lookism is still always the elephant in the room, with no one ever willing to acknowledge how a person's beauty or ugliness plays just as significant a role in how they experience life as any of the other isms we readily acknowledge.
My cousin went to a Halloween party and made out with a guy.
So many guy.
I mean, really hideous. How'd your cousin do it? She wore a mask. Don't you get it? If we wear our masks and we don't take them off for the whole party, the boys won't know who we are, and we'll have a better chance of hooking up. Good idea. We are so gonna hook up. I think we look hot. Totally hot.
Ugly bitches. I think like hearing you talk about the story with your friend, particularly at the bar, I think it resonates with me because I've had a very similar conversation with some of my friends. I don't go out. I don't go out to bars. I don't really go out like whenever my friends. And this has been true for me for years. Like when I was in college, when I like my friends would go out to clubs, would go to different bars and whatnot, and I would rarely join them. And they would always be like, "Why don't you like to go out with us? Why don't you want to like? Why don't you want to be with us?" And I say my friends, but this is just a certain group of friends. I have a wide range of friends, but this certain group of friends is, I never went out with, and they can never understand why I didn't want to go out with them. And then we went to New Orleans one day, and we were on Bourbon Street, and we went to this gay bar on Bourbon Street, and I was there with about five or six of my friends. By the end of that night, I was in that bar by myself. All of them had been with
By somebody?
by some other some other person in the space, because all of them are beautiful people.
Yes.
And they could not they didn't even recognize the fact that they had convinced me to go out to this bar as friends, like we were
Yes.
supposed to be there as a friend group. And I
Right.
was already very, very, very like against the idea of it because I've been to several bars with them in the past. I know what that experience is like, and I know how I present to everyone else. All the folks that I was with, they were thin, muscular, just very like beautiful people.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
by the end of that night, it didn't even take long. They were all with someone else, and I was just standing there in the bar without my friends and without anyone else. And that experience is something that people, unless you are like made aware of this or are acutely aware of like what that feels like because of your personal experience, you don't know what it feels like to navigate that type of dynamic. And it's something that you feel you just are not aware. You're just not aware of that. These are all these friends that I went with are folks who have read my book, who are brilliant people who know all about fat phobia and anti-blackness as it relates to what I have shared with them, what I've taught them.
Yeah.
And yet, and still, that was the experience.
Recently, I was having a conversation with a bunch of my creative friends. We were watching a dating show together, and in response to people on the show complaining about the different reasons they felt they were discriminated against in dating, my friends began to talk about how those things never seemed to be problems for them in dating, that they'd always found that whoever they were romantically interested in was attainable. To which I replied, well, yes, of course. That's because we're all attractive people in most of the spaces we occupy and date in. That's not the case for other people. And when I tell you these are staring at me like deers in the headlights, you could have heard a pin drop.
Someone voted overdose, starving, so any of the above. Okay.
As my friends looked at me stunned because I said the thing you're not supposed to say about yourself or others. You should have seen my friends squirming at the idea of openly acknowledging our own attractiveness and the different ways it benefits us in our lives. All my friends started half-heartedly trying to downplay their looks and mumble some garbage about how they don't think anyone's necessarily ugly and beauty's in the eye of a beholder. So I pressed my room full of pretty lion-ass friends, all amassed hundreds and thousands of followers between us. So I said, you think your looks have nothing to do with your dating experiences or a match from the following you did? And I know you're lying because every one of you is an on-camera personality who puts your face on every thumbnail, which is a choice. And we know why that choice is made. And everybody stared silently, unable to deny what we know to be facts, but unwilling to acknowledge it because, ironically enough, it's considered unattractive to acknowledge your own attractiveness, which is a testament to how even our refusal to recognize how beauty and its privileges are real is in service of being attractive, being beautiful.
What did she say at the end? I am pretty and I acknowledge the privilege and that has stayed in me.
Thank you. That's all I needed. Thank you.
I think that the knee jerk, I bet you it's the same reaction that white people would probably think of like when they're trying to admit to white privilege to an extent. Because like what goes in the head is just gonna be all like, but I work hard, or like, but I do this, or I do that, and all these other things.
My advocacy is guided by a very simple mantra, and that's this: we cannot fix a problem we do not acknowledge exists. So I'm going to hold your polite little hand when I say this. We will never fix a society that discriminates against ugly people if you keep pretending that no one is ugly, and thus that no one is feeling the effects of being discriminated against for being ugly. People have no problem acknowledging that pretty privilege is real and exactly who benefits from it with the quickness. But as soon as we try to acknowledge who's ugly and being treated like shit as a result, all of a sudden people start gasping and clutching their pearls, pretending they don't see ugly because people think ugly is the worst thing you can be. You know it's problematic when a white person tells you they don't see color, because while they think they're saying that your race is irrelevant to them and thus not something they're perceiving negatively or holding against you, what it really means is they're failing to acknowledge how your race impacts your experiences, how you move through the world, and how people see and treat you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, it's similarly problematic when we won't acknowledge ugly people and how they experience the world. Because of the taboo around ugly in a society that privileges beauty, most people have a knee-jerk reaction to pretend ugliness is not real, totally subjective, which, while not entirely untrue and well-intentioned, it unfortunately renders the real discrimination.
And by the way, whoever voted all of that, here. There. Is that I hope you got what you want. And yes, I used to self-harm. My mother is back. And you know what? Fine. I'll eat this. I'm not going to choke on it. And yes, I am ugly. Okay? Yes, I am definitely not CEO or mature type of her other YouTubers. And it's lime flavored, by the way. Okay? Lime flavored. I just want to say, whoever voted for that, I just hope that you basically find other YouTubers that are really hot or really, I don't know, It's much smarter than I am. Okay? Sorry, I don't want to talk here. I want to suck on this.
People experience invisible. There is a similar problematic reluctance to acknowledging one's own beauty and the benefits that comes from it. Today, we're going to take a real deep dive into lookism, and lookism is an epistemic injustice. But before we do that, let me tell you about today's sponsor, Brown News. Ha! I did that.
It's a little dry.
Before we
I feel bad skipping that.
refers to discrimination based on
It's hard. Who is ugly?
what is lookism or who is ugly? Lookism refers to discrimination based on physical attractiveness. Positive lookism refers to positive discrimination based on physical beauty. In other words, pretty privilege. And negative lookism refers to the negative treatment and discrimination people experience for being ugly. And I think it is worth pointing out that while my focus in this particular video is how lookism, particularly negative lookism, harms ugly people, it is important to note that even pretty people are harmed under lookism. For example, because we live in both a sexist and a lookist society, despite the fact that both men and women can and do benefit from pretty privilege in their professional and romantic lives, the concept is usually only thought of in relation to women, and with the specific negative connotation of assuming beautiful women are not earning their success, sneaking their way to the top, or gold digging off of whatever man they're with. Think back to the last presidential election when Kamala Harris, not just being a woman, but specifically being a beautiful woman, had people using the concept of pretty privilege to accuse her of sleeping her way to the top and all kind of nonsense, going through this woman whole dating catalog, child. Anyway, back to lookism. If beautiful people experience pretty privilege and negative lookism refers to discrimination ugly people experience, it begs the question, who gets to be beautiful and who is ugly?
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Sydney's tweeting. Asbury G.
Damn it. No, not the politician ads. You know what? I'm just gonna talk for a minute while I wait. Okay? Literally, whoever it is, I just want to tell you this, okay? And I hope you got what you wanted. Yes, you may thinking I am doing this for attention. It's because my channel's gone. I'm still trying to get it back. Okay? I forgot to say this now. Also, the reason why I don't want to be too loud because my order got back and she needs to rest. Yes, I can control myself. That's why you thinking I'm faking it, because I'm trying to balance up my emotions here. If you thinking that's fake, then you clearly cannot balance out your own emotions. Okay? That's how it is. But honestly, when you basically are an ugly person, you don't know how... I need to play more of this.
Even those who appear to or manage to meet the beauty standard. The beauty standard is the Eurocentric beauty standard, which says that to be beautiful,
you'll be white.
Access to the benefits that beauty comes with is to be white,
Mm-hmm.
thin, straight-haired, blonde-haired, blue-eyed.
You know what? For my white people out there, do not be offended. But, and yes, you can be ugly as well. Sadly, in human society, so many human beings tend to like your skin color. I don't know why. You know, I love all types. Again, I'm the asexual type, so bear with me here, okay? I don't want to mistreat anyone that's around me because one, I would be lonely. Two, I want to get to know more of people. And three, it's not healthy being isolated. And the problem that basically society has is that if you basically don't talk a certain way, or you basically are bleached, like, look what happened to Michael Jackson, right? Look what happened to him. You know, he looked really hot when he was younger. He looked, I hate saying this though, but this is not to be hated. This is concerning though. Concerning criticism, he looks ugly as someone, or as a white looking man. You know, he's not white. He looks ugly. And I don't understand why that you're so obsessed with skin pigment, an organ that you basically are born with that you cannot change. I don't get it. What do you get? What's the benefit you get out of this?
And possession of Eurocentric facial features, which is precisely what Sydney Sweeney's American Eagle ad was speaking to. This idea that to be blonde, blue-eyed, and thin is to have superior genes, that beauty is limited to those who meet this mark. And Sydney Sweeney is a really good example of what I mean when I say that this Eurocentric beauty standard harms everyone, even those that appear to meet it and access its benefits. Because while Sydney Sweeney gets to be the face of this white supremacist beauty standard, Sydney Sweeney herself ain't even a natural blonde. She dyes her hair blonde in order to meet the standard. The consequences of the Eurocentric beauty standard are that by virtue of being non-white, fat, disabled, or gender non-conforming is to be ugly, or at least not beautiful, undesirable, in the eyes of a society that rewards those who meet the beauty standard. Which is why, in the early 19th and 20th century, America had ugly laws, which were laws that prohibited unsightly or disfigured individuals, typically those with visible disabilities, from appearing in public. In other words, the kind of laws that had Quasimodo locked away in the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Right as kept. The Hunchback of Notre Dame is a perfect example of both positive and negative lookism, because Quasimodo is discriminated against for being ugly, while Esmeralda is discriminated against for being beautiful. Being ugly gets Quasimodo imprisoned to a tower because Frollo thinks he's too ugly to be seen. But being beautiful almost gets Esmeralda killed too, because Frollo is so thirsty for her that he decides she must be tempted in, and thus of the devil. The result of ugly laws was the ostracization, criminalization, and abuse of people with disabilities. People were required to hide the parts of them that were considered ugly, deformed, or diseased. The last ugly law in America wasn't repealed until 1974. And while ugly laws themselves may no longer be enforced or on the books as law, the idea behind them still lives on in the way that we expect ugly people to hide themselves, to make themselves small, to never take up too much space or get too big for their britches. It's the reason why it does not matter what someone says to you in an argument on Twitter. If they are ugly, all you need to do is hit them with a "this you" in their own profile picture, and the entire timeline will descend on their head like a vulture squatting carcass.
Relatable, because people share my picture on Twitter. So it got 2 million views on it. I'm surprised I didn't get fucking killed or doxxed. It's amazing. 2 million. Now it's me 19 because I was wearing a long. Because I'm selectively mute. I don't like to smile in my pictures, and I don't like to talk to people that much. And yes, I was a nervous type. And yeah, it went viral. I'm surprised I'm still alive. I'm surprised someone didn't harvest my fucking organs yet. Honestly. And yes, you're probably thinking, yeah, you know what? Yeah, this is why people don't like you. Well, that's fine. At least I know that you're being honest with me because I'm being honest. I'm not fucking hiding myself that most YouTubers are doing. Because, yeah, I am fucking ugly. You know what? I don't want to be mean to attractive people. No. I just don't like how they want to take advantage of other people to actually make sense. Not to mention ugly people, they do too as well. It's just that it's mostly common for attractive people. Think about how people thinking that women can't take advantage of men. Yes, they can. It's just uncommon. Think about women being the ugly and the men being the attractive. That's basically how my autistic brain sees it that way. Honestly, I don't know how I'm still around. And yes, it's really difficult for me to even form friendships with people because I get taken advantage of so easily. It's as though people's body language constantly shifts, and still that you wanted to basically thinking it's legal, not illegal, to shoot me. Why hasn't you basically? You're not gonna go to jail. I bet you won't. If you basically kill me, you know, who think murder is wrong? It is wrong, but do you think it is wrong though? Do you? Do you think murder is wrong? A lot of people thinking it's not. I'm surprised the person happened yet. Yes, I'm hearing thoughts in my head because it's like that. It's like that. It's like Family Guy when Meg gets mistreated because she's so ugly that she would basically have her own dad that would basically shoot her in that episode, or how she got punched constantly and the other students go ill by that bully at her school, or whatever other episodes, right? You see how Meg is treated. Honestly. Hell, look at Tina, right? Yeah, she's ugly from Buzz Burgers, but I think she's adorable. Just because she may have a deeper voice for a girl her age, right? And she may be a little awkward. I like her way more than those other fucking weirdo, attractive, whatever kids that she likes, because at least she basically has a heart and she I don't know. Maybe this is why I have so much affection for ugly people because attractive people, I feel like they're predators. No, ugly people can be predators too. Ian, for example. Okay, it's just that most likely is the attractive ones. Think about how those wherever twins they wanted to basically sex underage girls, but they probably got arrested for it because they're really hot. You know, Officer Jones, well, he's still doing his sentence in prison for what he did to those girls. You know, he's pretty attractive, but that's really uncommon. And honestly, I don't know why this is so mean to me, but it's so nice to see attractive people that would get arrested for the stuff that they did. Like Aston Jones rings up because he wanted to basically have those teen girls to twerk for him. It actually makes sense. Literally asking or whatever, or at least performing it. It actually makes sense. I don't know when he's supposed to be out in prison, but you can see that yes, he's considered as attractive. You know, people find him vile, if that makes sense. Oh, Darren is here. Oh boy.
Because we all subscribe to the idea that ugly people cannot have audacity and they must be nice. Otherwise, they will be promptly informed to shut their ugly asses up. The further you deviate from the beauty standard, the less beautiful you are and the less access you have to what they Sean Harrison refers to as desire capital in their book Belly of the Beast. Which is why, throughout this video, I'm going to use ugly to mean undesirable
Yes.
as it pertains to that beauty standard and who has access to the privileges and protections beauty comes with. So I'll be saying ugly and undesirable interchangeably, even when I'm talking about somebody who is beautiful in the face, but they're just fat, like Lizzo. Because to be fat is to be undesirable in a wicked society, which is why we have the same taboo around the word fat that we have around the word ugly.
Folks in the U.S. also have a lot of other words for fat, right? When I was growing up, the only time I was called fat was as an insult. Otherwise, it was thick or big bone or a husky or a number of other words that were used to describe me. So there's a version.
And Lauren and Mason, pardon me, you didn't do anything wrong. That fucking Harrison Miss Phillips did. Okay, you did nothing wrong for being Christian. Remember that.
Is because we know how directly associated this word is with an insult, right? With something bad. It feels like a search to so many people, and so it's like it's difficult to hear that word, especially quote unquote launched at yourself or someone that you admire or that you think highly of, because it can feel like your initial response is to feel like this is an insult. And so what I tell people is when I'm doing an analysis around a group of people or I'm talking about an individual person as it relates to a body of people, I will use the word fat. And we will just have to get through that together. We will have to just move through that together. But that's the word I'm going to use because it's accurately describing who I'm talking about. When I'm talking to an individual person, I always ask, how do you like to be referred to? And I refer to them in the ways that they choose to be referred to because I do know that this discipline, fat studies, is only 2 decades old. It's a very new discipline. And while the academy does not determine everything about everything, it unfortunately, because it is an institution, it does in many ways determine how people perceive themselves, right? We so much about women, gender, sexuality studies and Black studies, et cetera, get passed down to folks who are outside the academy and become a big part of like the general public's lexicon and vocabulary. Yeah. And so it is still a very new discipline, and therefore people are still catching up with this idea that fatness is not something to run away from, and that it is a slur that can be reclaimed in the same ways that queer has been reclaimed or that nigga has been reclaimed.
The further away you are from meeting the beauty standard, the more you're expected to diet, pluck, pull, exercise, accessorize, purchase, and doll yourself up to meet it. Because we don't just have beauty standards, we have a beauty economy. And that beauty economy is built on the belief that it is our responsibility to make ourselves beautiful. Otherwise, we'll face the consequences of being ugly. It's remnant of something a piece of shit ex-boyfriend of mine used to say. Either be attractive or don't be unattractive. Beauty in many ways is a buy-in, like it's a performance, like in the sense of when they say like don't be attractive, unattractive is in do the work and the extra things to make yourself fall into like, well, we can't say too much. It's like, oh, you might not be the prettiest, but be thin. You know what I mean? Make sure your hair do. Make sure your nails fix. Make sure there's this recognition that like we buy into it. And so because of that, and because everybody kind of recognizes that like beauty is paid, beauty costs money, it's expensive to this, and that thing. Oh, well, it's the same thing when people are like, oh, she wasn't ugly, you were broke. Oh, they expect you to glow up once you get money. Because people see it aside and everybody recognizes that they feel like it's, an optional thing. People dealing with the perils of being treated like they're ugly or whatever have you as a person. That's a personal failure. If you cared enough, you would, what you need to do to go be pretty. Ironically enough, my ex wasn't no peach on the beach himself. But even him not being a peach on the beach spoke to his point, which was that if we aren't naturally beautiful or desirable, we have an obligation to make ourselves beautiful or as close to it as is attainable for us. It's that whole idea that you gotta pick a struggle, which was why he spent all of his time killing himself in the gym, trying to achieve a body the powers that he never intended he have. And make no mistake about it. What he is saying is stuff because one, it reinforces this unspoken belief that we are obligated to conform to the beauty standards and to chase beauty and desirability. And two, if we have an obligation to chase beauty and conform to the beauty standards, what that means is when we don't do this, it is a personal failure on our part, which is also why we look at insecurity as a personal failure, rather than the result of a beauty politic that fails us collectively, but more on that later. Nevertheless, Stuff what he said is, while many of us would not say what he said or admit to ourselves that we think that way, I'm willing to bet that the way many of us live our lives and how we perceive ourselves, as well as how we perceive others, is evidence that we don't truly disagree with him. That's the reason we feel shame if we gain weight.
Yes,
it's why
exactly.
we worry that people will perceive us as letting ourselves go. That our bodies are proof of our failure. I'm reminded of the time when I was still a public defender with at least 60 or more cases, when a guy who worked at the front desk in my office took it upon himself one day as I was passing by to tell me I was fine, but how much finer I would be if I wasn't lazy. Because that's how you're perceived by people who share this quiet belief undergirding our beauty economy, that we're obligated to chase thinness, to try to be as close to the center of that beauty norm as possible. So my body must be proof of my personal failure, laziness. It's a testament to what Cecily Bowen reminds us in her book, Bad Fat Black Girl, that, quote, women who find themselves too far away from the center of beauty norms are often treated as if they've committed treason, our aesthetic a public-facing betrayal of our refusal to conform, our refusal to go to any lengths necessary to be valuable to society, specifically to its men. Although even men are far from exempt from the pressure to chase beauty in our beauty economy. We all spend endless amounts of money on haircuts, hairstyles, makeup, clothes, gym, membership, equipment, and diet tricks, hacks, and schemes, trying to make ourselves beautiful. Because not only do we live in fear of how we'll be treated if we're ugly, we also expect a return on our investment because we know that beauty and desirability aren't just about satisfying our egos or receiving the validation of others. Beauty and desirability comes with material benefits.
Because Majesty, only power can take this and give you
a princess.
Princess Diaries?
Better. Much better. A mess.
Oh yeah, where's Quentin?
That's where I come in. Oh, Lenny, no offense, but when's the last time you tweezed? What? Is in your eyebrows. Never. Gentlemen, may I present the news, not approved, but different, ladybugs.
I like how this is filming on an old TV to make it more nostalgic.
As Cecily Bowen put it in Mad Fat Black Girl, quote, we've all been touched by the idea that our bodies, if they're built right, are our salvation, our first line of defense, our key to entry. We are hyper aware that we can always be closer to the center. The material benefits are great, whilst the negative outcomes are too ugly.
So, run away like all the others. No one would want a friend as ugly as I am.
Relatable.
It makes them feel better about the way they look.
People have like a very real aversion to being considered ugly or even considering the idea of beauty being something that affords people a level of power and privilege over other folks, to the point where like everyone wants to be beautiful, even me, right? I wrote that entire chapter, and yet and still I still have my very clear moments with myself where I'm like, I want to be beautiful, not because it feels like something that feels important to me, but because I know that how I would be engaged in the world would look completely different, right? But that's also why I would like insecurities, because people have this idea that if you are able to acknowledge this truth, that then your personal feelings about yourself, your internalized like problems just go away. That like there's no way that you can feel insecure knowing what you know about fat phobia, or know what you know about anti-blackness or whatever. And it's like, well, actually, in fact, I think your insecurities are heightened because of how much you know, because you know that people engage you a particular way solely because of how you are perceived, solely because of how you look in the world. And it's difficult. It's not an easy thing to live with and to navigate.
But those material benefits are great. Beauty comes with greater access to better jobs, friends, romantic partners, wealth, you name it. But more than that, we treat pretty people better. We give them
Sadly.
the benefit of the doubt. People are less likely to be convicted of.
Yep. Let's see. Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, because of their heights. She's being honest. I want to read this. I'm pretty. Yeah, this video kind of called me out. I'm pretty. I'm aware I'm pretty and benefit from pretty privilege to some level. I've gotten out of multiple speeding tickets. No, I grew up in the South and I'm a black woman. Oh, that's something. Gotten into clubs for free. Gotten more work into acting or modeling and seeing modeling as an option. Yes. And never been called pretty for a black girl. Just pretty. That's big. Again, grew up in the South. I'm aware of my privilege and yet felt reluctant to recognize people as ugly systematically when speaking on pretty privilege and thus making any commentary I could make on it lacking. Thank you for this. I'm gonna do better. Also, this is purely personal, not a complaint. If I have to hear that Sydney Sweeney breathy jeans one more time, I'm gonna lose it. You know what? This pretty woman, I'm glad that she's being honest. Again, for my attractive people, okay? As long as you don't take advantage of other people, okay? There is nothing wrong with being attractive. Hell, you want to know something? I think tall guys are attractive. I don't know why. I think when a guy tells me his height and he's like 6 foot something, I kind of get, I fantasize, so that makes sense. Just like Juan, for example, I think it's hot how he's the tallest because don't listen to me on this, okay? Again, this is because I grew up around tall boys that protected me. I got bullied by short boys. That's why I don't like short boys as much. Tall boys basically have been supportive of me. They protected me, and they see me as their little brother. Okay, that was the environment that I grew up in that I didn't choose. Okay, I love all types of heights. Wesley, again, he's 5'3", right? I don't care. I think his body is hot. I like how he makes his stomach really skinny. Again, when I talk about my fetish, I don't want to go into more detail again because I know I've been talking about it a lot. Yes, I masturbate when I basically would see his videos and photos because I think it's attractive. I like how his navel is shaped. I like how he basically has a happy trail. And believe it or not, he does have a six-pack. He's a little bit chubby. I think that's kind of hot. And yes, I do masturbate. If that's weird, then you know what? Go ahead and basically think that, oh, yes, basically looks. Sadly, they are, well, to an extent, but they shouldn't be everything. Okay? Like for me, the guy, he cannot be doing fucking drugs. Again, I'm not interested in anyone. It's extremely rare. Like for me, I know it's weird. A boy has to do that nully thing. I'm sorry, that's weird, but he has to. Okay? As long as it's consensual. I don't care. Yeah, he could be the ugliest, but the thing is, I prefer that. Like, yeah, he could have a six-pack, but if he don't do it, I'm not interested. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of all the boys that took advantage of me. Maybe this is to basically have the connection like Wesley does, and I didn't pressure him. In fact, I felt that I pressured him too much. I told him, like, Wesley, go ahead. If you want to share, go ahead. Honestly, I don't want to pressure him because I like him. Well, even if I didn't like him, right? It's not in my nature. Even though with my trauma, I may act that way because I thought I have to talk that way. If that makes sense. Because yes, I do act passive aggressive because the way I was around other people. And it sucks because sometimes you didn't decide. It's the same way if you're Russian. You didn't decide to be in depressed vodka type of society. You had to live in that. It sucks, but this is how it is. But at least we're doing our best to teach ourselves about it. That's why for me personally, with my navel fetish, that's good. I have that because chubby boys, for example, they're really hot because especially when they stretch, my favorite part. You know, yes, then guys look good doing it. It depends, because yes, I like. Sadly, even though it's fucking wrong what he did, that Indian guy, I think he's fucking hot, right? Even though, like, yeah, it's you know, no, if you know what I mean, right? This is why I focus on my fetishes and less on the body type, if that makes sense. Heck, to even explain this further, I would even masturbate to the 22-year-old on Twitter named Bulgy Trunk. That is a trans person, right? I do see them as a male because they have a penis. They don't have boobs, right? I also see them as a male, but I totally respect them for being trans, and they have a big dick. It's so big. Literally, they can make a tent on their underwear. I did aroused and ejaculated to his videos of that, or her, if you like to call it. Doesn't mean that I like women. I respect that. Just because someone is trans doesn't make me bi. No, it doesn't. Okay, literally, because I still see the penis part and everything, the male part. But they're trans, you know what? That's fine. And yet people wanted to fucking be rude to trans person. Well, that's sure though. Oh, I'm glad he's fucking dead. He's not fucking part of the trans community. He's gone. He should have fucking killed himself instead of the fuck children. Literally. And yes, I think some trans people are fucking attractive. You know, the male to female part, as long as you have I know that's mean of me saying that. You're having the body parts of it. I'm not bi. If I was, then that would be different. Even though I'm ace, okay? It's questioning, if that makes sense. Okay? Literally. Hey, if you want something, I think women that are female to male, they look fucking hot, to be honest. Aesthetically, some of them look more like men than men themselves. I don't know how the hell that's possible. But damn it. See, this is why I'm a spade. You know, both sexes look hot, though. I'm talking about from an aesthetic factor. And again, with being on the gray ego sexual side, I know it's weird. Okay, yes, these labels, if you're not ace, you don't understand. It's like being autistic. There's high, mid, and low functioning, and then other types of autistic traits. Okay, I'm the more high functioning, and yet I forgot the name of it, sensitive type. Don't like to be told stuff. I'm that type of autistic, if that makes sense, and visually autistic. That's who I am, honestly. Because basically, I do like to watch porn every now and then. Okay, and yeah, I want, maybe it's because of my trauma. It's not being hypersexual. Maybe it's because I'm bored and really stressed. Okay, otherwise I probably will fucking harm myself, and it helps because I don't want to traumatize anyone if they had to see blood on the stream. No, I don't want that, because yeah, those untrusted thoughts I'll think about sometimes. Okay, literally, it actually makes sense. And this watching this video, it's really, really good. Okay, and it's by OOLURINATTI. I can't pronounce her name. Okay, it's titled "A Pretty is a Privilege, Ugly is a Curse." Yes, it is. But the thing is, I want other people, especially those boys I've met, okay, especially the gay community, as an ally, okay. You wonder why the suicide rate is so fucking high. Okay, it's the same way for YouTube. Like, I feel pressure just to keep up with other YouTubers because they got good equipment. They look fucking attractive. And people are more likely to fucking assault me and, yes, they want me to see self-harm. That's why I show the scissors, because you know what? I give them what they want so they can stop. Because, yes, I'm supposed to be 3 days from now, a year clean. Okay? Literally. Don't worry, that doesn't count though, because I didn't give myself an actual line or blood. Okay? Literally. Which you don't want to get back to my fucking channel because they allow legal activity, but they're taking me showing a thumbnail of 18 adults. Sexy men that look older than they look. That's what I find attractive. Okay, as a thumbnail of the video, they're taking a sex and nudity. I didn't show any nudity. I just showing men doing the stomach Viking stuff because I think it's hot. Especially oh my, I wanted to say this for Wesley's part. God damn it, I masturbate to a lot of this stuff. He has the sexiest stomach I've ever seen. I love how chubby he is. Honestly, he is fucking hot. I'm still thinking about him. Honestly, I get aroused thinking about him because I have such feelings for him. I like how he's chubby. Honestly, I like how he looks like he has a baby face, but a damn manly body. It would be weird if he has a manly face and yet like a baby looking type of body. That would be kind of strange, right? And yes, I'm proud to say that, yeah, you masturbate to Wesley stuff, and that's fine. Okay, I still got all of our messages. For some stupid reason, Instagram, I tired of these damn updates. They basically would not show it because every now and then I want to go back. I won't even check the messages because I don't care. Because I'm not I am far from being mentally well to even do that. Okay, I like to go back in our old conversations, kind of, and then do my business, rattle the tail to Wesley's stuff because I miss him and I think he's hot. I like the conversations that we had, even if his English isn't good. I don't care. I don't care. One, he's short. Two, his English is not good. And three, that he goes to depression, anxiety. Honestly, because one, I relate to him on both of those. Two, he has a kind heart. And three, it is kind of hot to know that he's bisexual. Maybe it's because I get this fantasy that he would like women more. And I feel that I have to impress him more. If that makes sense, right? Yes, he's fucking hot. People think it's work. Then you know what? You're not fucking mature enough to be on here then. I like him a lot. Okay? When I think about the word Brazil, I think about him. I do. Because a lot of Brazilian boys, for some fucking reason, do that stuff. It's fucking hot. That's why I like to learn about this other cultures because, again, I don't want to be close-minded and basically be xenophobic and shutting out saying I fucking hate Christians because the way I was treated thanks to the fucking hot boy named Nick that was white with spiky hair that basically did not like to be around me because he's homophobic. I blocked him. Like, all right, I don't care if you're fucking hot. You're sitting yourself. Gus, you whip your fucking ass then. Fucking white ass. Pardon my language. Yeah, I blocked him. I wish I could scream and make him a fool of himself. Like, yeah, you'd be surprised. You're luckily I was younger at the time. I didn't screenshot all the messages. The high school. Oh my goodness. I'll make him a fool of himself. And if he's a father, like, yep, this is what your father basically acted. Let's say God wants him now. Honestly, if God ever fucking exists, again, I'm agnostic. Don't know. I probably don't believe God exists. No. But I try to be open though. It's just the way I was fucking treated. Honestly. So I am not all fucking goody all the time. Because I think even the most polite and kindest people end up being the most fucking predatory type of people. The ones I've met. You'd be surprised. Think about a priest that wanted to touch an 8-year-old. Like, yeah, you want to get a little candy? Can I like this his throat, please? Literally. Honestly, it's just like Unikitty, right? I used to watch Unikitty, but it creeps me. I guess you could say it's the gothic side. I don't like when everything's all like cotton candies or smileys. Stop. It just makes me uncomfortable. Maybe that's why I need to date a Slavic boy then, because at least they're more serious all the time. No offense for Asians, like in the Philippines, for example. Well, Indonesia, I don't know, because I don't always want to smile all the time. I'm sorry, that's just not how I am. And I probably feel I won't be related in your country because I don't smile all the time. I'm not extroverted. I'm introverted. I'll definitely feel well in Iceland or Finland, where people are more quiet, they're more laid back. That's the culture. Like they say, whoever basically said that, maybe works in church still. I don't know. You cannot please anyone. I mean, everyone. You cannot. And why though? I don't want to be a fucking slave. I've already been a slave of being a rape victim. Honestly. And yes, I do have the fucking fetish that I like to get bullied because it turns me on when a guy wants to rape me because of what I ran through. In my autistic brain, I still feel that, yeah, that's normal. It's not because your heart doesn't. Because the thing is, though, is like I've been taught. And that's how I developed that fetish of being bullied. I think it's hot when a guy basically takes charge. I like how he gets rude. It kind of arouses me. Maybe that's why when people are rude to me, Maybe that's a good. It's not a good thing, but maybe I took advantage of that because of all the people that had took advantage of me. I just, all right, you know what? If you want to yell at me or whatever in the ear, I'll just say, please stop. You know, I won't like, no, 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 no. I don't do that because for some reason I like when people do that. Maybe my trauma is a good thing. You know, it shouldn't be, but I have no other option but to make it a decent thing. I don't want anyone to make it a decent thing. No, because it's not healthy. But for me, I guessing it is healthy because I had to go through this type of trauma. That's why when people yell at me or whatever or rude, it's kind of hot. I do not know why. Again, I have been a punching bag like in the one of Smash Brothers for so much because I'm so used to abuse. When people are polite to me, it's not normal. I'm feeling, why are you being nice then? Why can't you be more rude? But at the same time, I'm trying to break out. I don't have change. Okay? I'm trying to fuse, but she couldn't. And then she goes to depression. Yes, maybe Jasper should be forgiven. Even though I'm glad Steven did kind of kill her at that point. Because she kind of, but at least she know what she fucking did, the way she acted, and now she's obeying to Steven. It's like that. And yes, this is gonna call me nuts. I'm a sapphire. That's my gym's, well, technically turquoise, but close enough, okay? I'm in Arizona, more accurate. I'm a sapphire, okay? Yes, December, I'm a sapphire, okay? It's pretty accurate for me. Yes, I know you call me a lunatic. So be it. Again, maybe that's why I may have schizophrenia or whatever the schizotip, whatever the fuck it is. Okay, because I believe in this stuff. Okay, the other people don't. The same way people don't believe in aliens. I think they may be real. This in a different form. I don't know. I don't know. Or maybe that URL that I set up, that fucking sexy Latino officer though. Oh, he was fucking hot. Yeah, I got aroused when he was adjusting his. Oh, god damn it! I wanted to fucking fuck me. Excuse me. Maybe that was somewhere. You got to see some Easter eggs. If I ever say anything, that's a sign that I may talk about. You don't know. You know, I don't know. I just had to keep talking about this because let's see, it's 540K. I've been holding this up for so long now. Yes, I know this is probably the third time, but you know what? I'm thinking I need to go further about this stuff because I feel that I don't talk about it enough. I might have had to check the. I see the light. Oh, let me continue the video then. I'm not gonna play the whole thing because it's 2 hours. It's only 33 minutes in. Oh yeah, I gotta hear about this pretty privileged part.
If they're beautiful, and they're more likely to be sentenced less harshly. We perceive beautiful people as more competent, as more deserving, period. More deserving of
Brad
opportunity,
Pitt?
sympathy, grace, second chances, resources, the benefit of the doubt, the list goes on. Think about it, because God don't like ugly. It's why Chris Brown can do whatever the he wants to whoever the he wants, and women will
fucking hate him. Yes, I know Rihanna. She's that innocent. She's definitely innocent herself of what she based or for what she did to a fan. Well, she didn't do anything physical, but making fun of her dress. But it's not. It's definitely far from what fucking Chris Brown did. The fucking woman beater. Fuck you, bitch.
Him like holding on to their firstborn child depends on it, and show up to meet and greets to be on his body like this. It's why Doja Cat can be in chats with white supremacists and tell all her fans to kick rocks and f off. It's why Nicki Minaj can taunt and harass any and everybody with the vilest shit imaginable, including but not limited to mocking Megan Thee Stallion's dead mother and harassing her husband's rape victim. But Ari Lennox can vent or be silly on socials without being bullied off the timeline. Chica couldn't put a rant about a loud baby pissing off on the plane without having her ass handed to her by the entire black internet.
It's no longer about what she said. It's about desire and desirability. It's about who is and is not ugly, and therefore who deserves and does not deserve to be not only protected, but also held to account. Because it's not about accountability, it's about who burns at the stake.
Which is all everybody and their mama in the entertainment industry has a lawsuit for all kind of wild shit that no one gives a about. But them same people want to nail Lizzo to the cross because she's still accused of being too overly familiar with her employees or internalizing fat phobia. But more on Lizzo later. Much darker than the previous examples. It's at the heart of how Ted Bundy could prey on and murder women for forever and a day before being caught, and once caught, develop a fan base of women who find him too attractive to give a flying about him being a serial killer of women, specifically of women like them.
Every time he turns around, I kind of get that feeling, oh no, gonna get me next.
But yet you're fascinated by it.
Yeah. Every night when I go to bed, I just, I get very scared. I shut my door and lock it.
I'm not afraid of him. He just doesn't look like the type to kill somebody. You try to imagine yourself in his place to see how he's feeling, looking at the pillows with bloodstains.
Well, ladies, you want to be his next victim? Yeah, I know you're a little delusional. I feel awful for you, but you're gonna be his next victim if you think so.
If he really did it or not.
The trial has drawn women from as far away as Seattle, where Bundy is suspected of.
Plus, he's not even that hot.
Why is this happening? According to one psychiatrist, it is a mixture of fear, intrigue, and in particular, sexual attraction.
And so, yes, I do think this is, in an underlying sense, a sexual attraction, using that word very broadly for the moment. But there is no question but what violence does quicken the pulse of many people, and certainly of young women.
The young women themselves aren't too sure what it is that attracts them to the trial. Are you a little scared when you look at him?
Yes. It scares me to be in the same room with him, but I know there's other people in there. So
Why do you do it?
I don't know.
And Ted Bundy wasn't an anomaly. Remember Jeffrey Dahmer or Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker?
Yes.
Are the women in black admired for Richard Ramirez?
Why are you in the corner today?
I just wanted to see what it looked like. I think it's cool.
This one, the gentleman only page, calls herself a Satanist. She says Ramirez has written letters to her.
Even women back then in the fucking 80s are lunatics. But at the same time, I feel awful for them because I'm a lunatic. Dion, you're not. You know, yeah, I want to share this because of that boy named Ryan Correa. I think he was fucking hot because he bullied me, he blackmailed me, saying all this stuff. I think it was kind of hot. He was 6 foot. He was 6'2". I never met him though, but I did fantasize of him beating me up. I think that's fucking hot. I even asked him if he could show his stomach because I was so traumatized. I got aroused, and I liked it. I wish I was a woman so he could fucking rape my ass. I think he's in jail now or whatever. I fucking heard. I don't fucking care. I think that's good that he is. But the thing is, what happened to me is way different than these women now. These women are not fucking victims of stuff that they went through though. They're just fascinated by him. Me, that's a little different.
Let's see, talk with him in jail.
Everyone makes him look so bad, but I know that he's a nice person.
And by the way, I just want to say this. I'm just jealous of the tucking hat. Okay, there, I said it. Because I like how he shows animals. And then he's really professional in his videos. Because the way he animates them, he's so kind. I wish I had that energy like he does. I feel like he wouldn't care what I have to say. I bet he probably delete one of my comments because I get intimidated by large YouTubers because I feel that they only care about certain creators. That's why I feel that if I was a large YouTuber, then I will make a fucking difference. Yes, I get jealous of other people. Yes, I get fantasized when people bully me. Maybe that will probably have them stop harassing me, maybe. Because what if I say something inappropriate by accident? Because you're allowing that. Honestly. Now for Ian, oh God, it's bad enough as it is when he basically sent me 2 photos of fucking his penis and other stuff, but I can't do anything. This is why I'm thinking, you know what? Oh, there's no such thing as being a fucking victim. Like what about Schlep? Okay, sorry, I want to bring up Schlep here. Maybe because I wish I had the fucking weird power that he does. Okay, sorry that I fucking failed. Okay, sorry that I cannot do what he's doing. Working with Chris.
Convicted of 13 murders.
The material benefits of meeting the Eurocentric beauty standard is at the heart of why missing white women receive more media coverage than anyone else. It's why Natalie Holloway and even a child like JonBenet Ramsey's beauty was central to why their deaths were so tragic. It's the reason why whenever you watch a true crime documentary documentary where the victim was a thin white woman, especially if she's blonde. They beat you over the head with how beautiful she was and how beautiful everyone thought she was. Because that's central to the tragedy, that this beautiful person lost their life. That's a central factor in what makes their untimely demise seem so unfortunate. Can you even think of a single time the missing person or a victim of a crime receiving national attention was ugly?
No.
When
No.
you start to think about how this then plays out in society, it becomes dangerous, right? It becomes who gets the death penalty and who doesn't. It becomes who
In the year 2525.
locked up and who doesn't. Fat black folks in particular, are disproportionately affected by criminality, are disproportionately criminalized rather than our white/thin.
This is why I don't believe heaven doesn't exist. Why? Because we're born to suffer. How does that work? I know Buddhist is that way, but I don't know. I don't fucking know at this point, okay? Agnostic feeling here. I don't know why people come up with these religions. Yes, these are man-made, by the way. They are. It's just the truth. You gotta accept that. I just don't know how it is. Because imagine you're born and you're basically missing an arm. Or hell, look at what's going on in India, for example. You got a boy that may have a parasite. Well, a parasitic twin. He didn't deserve that. And people saying that was a gift. No, it's not, because he had to live with that. You know, it got removed. But it's so awful for the parasitic twin, though, because he died. This way, I don't think this is about white beard. Oh, sorry, Mason Lauren, honestly. Why do these people have to suffer then? The Buddhist thing is different. I don't know. Yes, who knows? Maybe all those cockroaches we meet, those are probably fucking, who knows, rapists, murders. I don't know. Maybe that's why I give them an opportunity so that they can live life peacefully, but their life is short term. I don't know. Maybe that's why I don't like to kill insects. Unless there's certain ones that did something fucking bad, they had to live with that and then they got to suffer. Then maybe there's a cycle that they may be a human. I don't know. And I don't want to know. I don't want to know everything because all of these people had to be so fucking smart. Like CEO, Chucky Hat, shut up. Sorry. Excuse me. God, can I just be a little dumb? Like, oh, he's so hot when I was a child. The dumb one, Ed from Ed and Eddie, the tall one. Oh, he was fucking hot. The yellow one. Not like Double D that has OC fucking D, or basically Eddie that fucking scams people. At least Ed, though, he's the kind one. Because being smart, no wonder Asians are fucking suicidal. Because they're trained to basically be, smart and everything. Look at what's going on in South Korea. Yes, there may be a clean society, whatever. But the thing is, though, you get heavy sentences, right? You gotta basically look like a fucking model. That's another thing. And if you basically don't belong in a society, you gotta go fucking kill yourself. Because they're gonna be smart. I'm trying to think of a country that don't have much of suicide rate. The Philippines, for example. Yes, they may be seen unattractive or less developed. But at least they live happier, though. I want to live in the fucking Philippines than fucking South Korea because I'm going to fucking hang myself if I'm thinking that if I had to land in there, I'm going to have to get fucking surgery. Oh, my glove. Absolutely farming, no. Okay? I don't like to use the word. I want to use funking, not whatever. Farming, no. Okay? Literally. Yes, a lot of them fucking kill themselves. Look at Japan. They fucking kill themselves too because the population is dying. They don't get... Oh my gosh. There's no such thing as the best country. What's the best country? There's no fucking best. Everyone fucking wins at this point. I'm thinking about Mob Party. Because I don't like seeing when someone fucking loses. Okay, yeah, maybe one person wins though. Like Iceland, no. But the thing is, though, you can get lonely after. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm losing it right now because I'm fucking stressed out. I can't believe it's almost fucking 6 o'clock.
With this beauty economy and the accompanying obligation to make ourselves as beautiful as possible, even when we don't naturally embody the beauty standards, means is that there are ways that some of us buy in. As Deshawn puts in The Belly of the Beast, there's a difference between pretty with a lowercase p versus pretty with a capital P. And that's going to be an important distinction in understanding where we fall in this hierarchy of beauty. In her 2017 essay, Being Pretty is a Privilege, but We Refuse to Acknowledge It, Janet Mock's thesis was simple. Pretty privilege privilege is real, and we have an obligation to acknowledge that we benefit from it. Mock's commentary is particularly poignant because Janet Mock is a Black trans woman who is often perceived as cisgender. Cisgender simply means not trans for those who don't know. So in this context, what I am saying is that Janet Mock is a trans woman who people usually do not clock as trans. Mock's commentary is particularly poignant because although she's both non-white and trans, so she falls outside of the scope of
She's trans. She doesn't look trans. She looks like a woman, but she is. I mean, not by birth, but you know what I mean. At the 38, 31 minute mark, she is not trans. Wow. This is what I'm talking about. Honestly, you never know. Why do people bully trans people? I don't get it. I don't.
Eurocentric beauty standard says can be beautiful, and thus she'll never receive the kind of privilege and desired capital that a thin, blonde, cis white woman would have access to. She still can and does benefit from being pretty, depending on the room she's in. And this intersectionality is something she speaks directly to. Quote, pretty privilege is also conditional and is not often extended to women who are trans, Black and brown, disabled, older, and or fat. Being curvy but not plus size, mixed but not all Black, trans but cis blending, and able-bodied gives me a different experience than many. I am a Black and Native Hawaiian trans woman who is often perceived as cis, with brown skin, curly hair, and hourglass size 8 shape. I have symmetrical facial features, a smooth, even complexion, and a white, straight, wide smile. For me, pretty privilege operates in a myriad of ways depending on the spaces I enter, who is in that space, and whether people already know that I am trans. I remember when I was a teenager and my classmates would praise me by saying, "You don't even look like a boy anymore. You look so real," or "I can't even tell." Backhanded compliments that still follow me when someone hears my story. It communicates our culture's misconception that equates cisness with attractiveness, and equates one's ability to be seen as cis with being seen as attractive, as real. I am a mixed Black woman who has benefited from pretty privilege and Black and people of color spaces, largely where I am not often read as trans. But I've also experienced being invisible in predominantly white and mainstream spaces. It has been a common experience to either be completely overlooked in favor of white women who are considered the beauty standard, or to have white folks or non-Black people of color point me out as an exception, with comments like, "You're pretty for a Black girl," or "You don't look fully Black." The message, Blackness does not equate to attractiveness, and therefore, my mixedness puts me higher on the white cis beauty hierarchy than a Black woman with parents who are both Black.
Right.
What Janet Mock was describing there is a kind of what I call situational pretty privilege, which Deshawn describes as the difference between pretty with a lowercase p versus a capital P. In Belly of the Beast, Deshawn explains, quote, prettiness with a capital P is about much more than one's appearance and requires one to reckon with what it means to experience structural advantages over someone who is ugly with a capital U. When I capitalize the P in pretty, the B in beauty, or the U in ugly, it is to name who does and does not have access to design capital. That is to say, who owns or embodies more or less of the identities that grants one access, power, and resources. More to the point, pretty, beautiful, and ugly, all with lowercase letters, are subjective. They are not identities, but are rather determined by the individual. Rooted still in
She's a trans one, by the way. I'm shocked she's trans. This is the people that we bully? Why? Why? I don't get it. She looks more like a woman than most women I've met. No offense to women that have facial hair. There's nothing wrong with that, okay? Because I said so. But she's trans. Remember that.
But are not structural identities. Pretty, beauty, and ugly with capital letters, however, are determined by the structures through which people are marginalized for their Blackness, their gender or genderlessness, and their bodies. Beauty standards, especially in the United States, are predicated on anti-Blackness, anti-fatness, anti-disfiguredness, cis-heterosexism, and ableism. As such, people who are Black, fat, disabled, and or trans more generally do not have access to beauty with a capital B. However, as with all capital, one can embody identities that are valued in modern society and still also hold identities that are marginalized, which is why the term privilege is not quite specific enough and often does not go far enough. Desire is complex. Privilege insinuates that there is a possibility that you can opt out, and that if you don't feel pretty, then you can't possibly benefit from prettiness with a capital P, or suffer the violence of ugliness with a capital U. Desire and desirability politics and desire capital, however, suggests that one does not need to feel pretty with a lowercase p to be pretty pretty with a capital P. One does not need to feel beautiful to be beautiful with a capital B. One does not need to feel ugly to be ugly with a capital U. How one benefits or suffers from the subjugation of particular people is not determined by their feelings. It is determined by the identities they embody.
There is a standard that people deviate from and that operates on a spectrum, right? So the set standard is what people call the European beauty standard. I don't like that naming
Me
because
either.
it implies that there is another beauty standard and there is not. There is this standard. And what happens is how we describe it is discursive. So like the capital B beauty that I'm talking about is this standard. That is white, thin, cis, heterosexual, able-bodied, Christian, all of that goes
Yes,
into this standard.
pretty much.
But discursively, which is just another way of saying what your sister said, which is that it is room dependent. Who becomes beautiful in that space is about who exists as close as possible to that standard, right? So in a room full of Black people, there are going to be Black folks in the space who are going to be considered beautiful, right? It is about who is as in close proximity as possible to this standard of beauty, right? So who is thin, who is light skinned, who is cis, who is able-bodied, who fits these standards. We see that in a multitude of ways, right? We see that in the ways that shows like Pop the Balloon are done.
I don't like the Papa the Balloon. Papa the Balloon is supposed to be this dumb dating not gang show, okay? Mostly for straight people that if you don't find a person attractive, regardless of what they work or their personality, you pop the balloon, which means you're not attracted to them. I don't like it. Not to mention, I have a fear of balloons. It's not good. I'm not a fan of it.
The ways that shows like Love Island and Love is Blind and all these different shows that show you that prove to you that Blackness discursively can be understood as beautiful, even if not capital B beautiful, depending on how close you are to this standard of beauty.
Consequently, people like Janet Mock, Laverne Cox, Jill Scott, Lizzo, Megan Thee Stallion, Doechii, Ari Lennox are all pretty with a lowercase p, meaning their beauty or desirability will be recognized in some rooms. There are benefits that comes with their pretty, but they never have access to the kind of structural privilege and desire capital that Sydney Sweeney, Uma Thurman, Kirsten Dunst, Taylor Swift, or Sabrina Carpenter have access.
Can I just be honest? Those girls are not attractive. No offense for Taylor Swift fans out there. Swift is not that attractive. She's not. Now, the girl from Spider-Man, I give her a 6. I'm not a fan. I mean, okay. What I meant to say is she's not that attractive. She's not. And this is what I'm talking about. This is not to be mean. This is being honest. And people are gonna thinking, oh yeah, she's hot. Well, that's fine. If you think I don't think she is hot. I'm sorry. Damn it, I got an ad. Fuck this. Alright. Yeah, you just have to look at the video yourselves. I'm sorry. That's so rude when I said that. God, these ads, damn it.
Access to whether we
Politics
find them attractive or not, because pretty with a lowercase p is subjective, but pretty with a capital P is structural, just like ugliness is structural, and that's what we're talking about here. That's why when I call anyone ugly in this video, what I'm referring to is structurally ugly with a capital U, and it's important that we name that. Bell Hooks explained that beauty is a politicized concept because, quote, it maintains imperialist, capitalist, white supremacist patriarchy. It's a system of oppression that gives us all something to aspire to.
The reality is that beauty that is not this capital B beauty is discursive. It is about what the room is made up of, and therefore who is determined to be the most beautiful and the least beautiful in that space, right? And then there are people who are, in just about every room they enter, are just never considered beautiful, are considered ugly. That is the way that this is broken down. That is the way that this is determined.
While many of us don't have access to pretty privilege with a capital P, we can and still do benefit from lookism. Because as I stated earlier, we can simultaneously embody identities that are marginalized and identities that are privileged. And it is necessary that we acknowledge where we are benefited by lookism and not use where we are marginalized in other ways to obfuscate from the the reality of how our looks provides us benefits. This is intersectionality.
For folks who did say, well, you know, I grew up fat or whatever, my response to them is always two things. One, so then you should understand the direct impact of that level of violence because you grew up with that experience. But two, we're not talking about how you grew up. We're talking about what you experience now, right? You can go talk to a therapist about your trauma from your childhood. That's not relevant to this conversation about how you experience the world now, how the world sees you now. And I recognize the fact that trauma can, in so many ways, warp our perception of ourselves. So we don't really understand or really know or really see how the world sees us because of how deeply our trauma informs how we see ourselves. And in this particular way, all the time, always, there has to be a level of reckoning within yourself that acknowledges that you are seen and engaged in a very different way than you once were, and therefore you are seen and engaged in a very different way than I am or than we are. And that has to be acknowledged to be able to fully, one, like be, I hate this word, but I won't use that word, to be fully an accomplice to who you claim to advocate for or whatever, but also it means that you then have to acknowledge the ways that your life in this moment is overdetermined by how you look. And that then also means that you have to acknowledge that can change in the blink of an eye. And I think that is, people have a really hard time with that aspect of this. It's like people are working overtime to maintain this level of beauty, whether they acknowledge it as that or not, because they know that the moment it changes, everything about how they are perceived in the world changes, and therefore everything about how their life is structured is changed. And that becomes a really, really, really hard thing to sit with for folks, because whether they like it or not, whether they admit it or not, whether they want to acknowledge it or not, they know that at the heart of how they are able to live, how their livelihood is constructed, is based on their beauty. And it's based on being understood as beautiful over and against those people over there, the others, those who are presented outside of any sort of ability to be beautiful, lowercase or uppercase.
As Janet Mock asserted, quote, we should recognize our positionality across all of our intersections and experiences. I am a Black trans woman who was invited into spaces largely because of how I present. But for so long, I tried to evade the fact that people saw me as pretty or attractive. And I learned quickly to adapt and play the modesty game, because to acknowledge that you are pretty is conceited, and to be conceited is to be unlikable. Women have been trained to minimize their greatness in an effort to be more likable. We learn that when we are complimented, especially about our looks, we must dismiss the compliment, feign self-deprecation and modesty, undermine our looks, and pretend we did absolutely nothing to contribute to them. I learned to counter a compliment by highlighting a flaw, pointing out something I didn't like about myself, perhaps a blemish on my forehead, or the fact that my symmetry is contoured. But self-deprecation and dismissals will not save us from the fact that we exist in a lookist culture that equates a woman's attractiveness to her worth. It's problematic when a pretty person denies they're pretty. And pretty people must take ownership of the fact that they get special treatment.
Exactly.
We do ourselves a disservice by saying looks don't matter.
They do, though.
It's unbecoming to acknowledge your attractiveness. So it creates a silence around pretty privilege that only elevates the competitiveness and divisiveness between women who are told we must compare, compete, and measure up in a lookist culture. People with privilege do not want to discuss their privilege, whether it's privilege derived from whiteness, straightness, cisness. But we must acknowledge our privilege if we are to dismantle these systems and hierarchies. We have to be honest, and I'll start with myself. I am pretty, and I benefit from my looks. The silence around pretty privilege and lookism is very real and very much a critical part of the problem. We're not supposed to acknowledge our own beauty or the benefit it provides. In the same way, we're not supposed to acknowledge who is ugly and how they're treated because they're ugly. We're meant to be passive beneficiaries of pretty privilege, just as ugly people are meant to suffer in silence. In Bad Fat Black Girls, Cecily Bowen attributes this expectation that only select people are supposed to have access to pretty privilege and that we're supposed to be passive beneficiaries to one of the reasons people hate and shame people who flaunt their assets and or get plastic surgery. She said this, only certain people are meant to have access to beauty, and those few who do should be humble and demure about it. We love that women have fat asses, but we hate when they wear thongs or shake their asses directly into cameras for everyone to see.
Thank you.
Women should know and harness the power of their beauty. They should passively allow the privileges to be bestowed upon them by others, which is precisely the reason why prior to going solo and doing the Busted Challenge,
Ugh.
men and women alike were doing nothing but sexualizing Chloe, lusting over her body and calling for her to go solo.
This is why women are sexually assaulted so fucking much. Because these women do this. I don't get it. There are women out there that get fucking abused. And people wonder, oh yeah, do you like this? No, they don't. They don't. It's the same way if a man has a huge bulge. Does it mean I want to gauge on it? No. He just has a big bulge. That's not his mistake. It's the same way if he's basically 6'7" in public. Okay? He can't control that. But people like to sexualize everything. I don't get it. So why am I doing that? Honestly. I don't get it. It's a very, very ugly guy. Thank you. The analogy with I don't see race is so poignant. Is you listening to some people. Nobody's actually ugly. It's just confidence and shit. Nah, man. Every ugly person on this earth knows it. Yes, there are. I'm tired of people saying everyone's beautiful. No, we're not. Different ways, but the thing is, though, ugly still exists. I don't get it. You might as well tell me everyone's women. If so, I want to be here right now, wouldn't I? As someone who was once considered pretty, but no longer fits that mold, I come to realize there are unexpected positives in what others might call ugliness. Letting go of the weight of beauty privilege has been freeing. I no longer live under the pressure of expectations tied to my looks, nor do I find myself caught up in unnecessary drama or situations where people want to use me for things I'm willing to give. Instead, I'm surrounded by friends and family who love me for where I am. My focus now is on keeping my body healthy and finishing my graduate program. In many ways, I feel more at peace than ever before. I'll read out the comments at 6:30. I can't pronounce that word. Paradoxically, I am both the ugliest and the happiest I've ever been. Yeah, but rejection can be protection in a way, I guess. It depends, though. I don't care if it's vain. I lost 60 pounds because life is much easier when you're slim and fit. I was an awkward, tall black kid who wore glasses and didn't get as much attention as my friends. I was also overweight a few years ago and felt invisible. The last year and a half, I lost 60 pounds. Wow. And cultivated my style. Now people are always telling me how beautiful I am. People want to be around me. People walk up to ask for my number. Some may say it's super vain, but I want to live life on easy mode. I already had a pretty hard childhood. If I can make my adult life easier by being attracted to others, it's 100% worth it. I agree. And there's something wrong with being attractive. It's like the same for people that are obese. It's not attracted to be obese. It doesn't mean that, no, you are unlovable. No, it just means that with health problems, it should be great to lose weight. You want to lose weight. You do. But you shouldn't have to feel pressure to lose weight. Well, fuck, I'm only 40 minutes in, but this is how I found out I was ugly. I'm black, disabled, a little overweight since the pandemic, and being diagnosed with autoimmune issues. But honestly, this explains a lot. Oh, I'm autistic, and damn, I'm sexual. And I think that factored in why I really thought it didn't matter that much. But reflecting on things, yeah, this probably explains a lot of stuff in my life. I sell at craft fairs. Oh, that's awesome, though. I guess it just is a woman that's saying this. And my husband does way better when I leave my own table of my own stuff. T.T. I guess that's a face? I'm not sure. I don't know what to do with this knowledge now. I don't have the energy to put into being pretty, and I much rather spend my money on comics than makeup. Yeah, this is a woman, right? I don't even know how to do makeup. All my friends are queer and autistic and never cared. You mentioned that being pretty has the benefit of better friends. Is that really better? Folks who care about that, it seems like it would be so fleeting. How do you trust a friendship like that? My family members get their hair done before they go impatient for stuff, and it always seemed crazy to me to worry about. But now I understand why no one visited me. Sick is one thing, but sick and ugly? Man, I hate this. Oh, and the YouTuber herself, she applied. You don't need to do anything or change the thing. I know it's long, but watch to the end. I'm going to get to why we should stop chasing beauty, etc. I know this is mean of me, but it's like how I love men. I don't like women, right? That the affectionate way, I guess. Platonically, absolutely. I don't know. Okay, I have more. I know this is mean of me, but I'm gonna be honest. This is how it is. I'm not bi. I'm agnostic, but I can't choose two for everything. Okay, sometimes one cake is better than having two cakes because what are you gonna do with that cake if it expires? I have more sympathy and respect for people that are ugly because I know that one, you have a lot of courage to get out of your house every day. Two, you're definitely going to treat me well, even if you may not, but I probably understand. And three, I just can connect with you another level. If you're basically attractive, or basically you work at a gym or from a football game, or basically you were one of the men for the Olympics, I would basically respect you about thinking like, no, I don't want to talk to him. It just means that we're on the same level. And yes, it may seem as intimidating, but maybe it's because, well, you know what? You don't need as much support. There's someone else ugly. I don't know. That's just how I see it that way. Okay, 9 more minutes. I'll go stop at the 1 hour mark. It's 51 minutes even.
Rachel from she and her sister's more wholesome image. But the minute she did and made it clear that she also knew she was fine as that her ass was fat, that her face was beautiful, and her talents were abundant. All of a sudden, women and men of all ages started crawling out of their skin to shame and criticize her relentlessly. Cecily continued. Plastic surgery or even wearing butt pads not only threatens the exclusivity of beauty, but also grants women too much control over their beauty. Issues of success not included. When you can go buy a snatch waist and a fat ass, it democratizes the benefits of having a nice body, which was never how a sexist system was meant to work. Remember the Hunchback of Notre Dame example from earlier? Frollo discriminated against Quasimodo because in Frollo's eyes, Quasimodo's disability not only made him ugly, but it was a moral failure because God is responsible for beautiful things, and thus his ugliness was proof he was not a god.
And when he realizes the woman was protecting her child, a deformed baby, Frollo prepares to drown it in a well. Frollo sees deformity as a moral failing. And what do you do about moral failings? Well, according to him, you must punish it, or just to be quick, you have it erased.
Unlike Quasimodo, however, Frollo thought Esmeralda was beautiful. She was too beautiful, actually. So beautiful that it created an issue of morality in Frollo's eyes as well, where she crossed over from being beautiful and became a temptress, an agent of sin, ushering him towards hell.
In many ways, Hellfire is one of Disney's best renditions. It's a prayer, a confession, and a threat. Frollo uses this song to justify his lust. Instead of seeing it as a human impulse, he sees it as a sin. Not just immoral, but impure, degrading, and offensive to God. And because he believes himself to be a righteous man, a man of God, as he calls himself, he can't accept that those lustful desires are coming from within him. So he shifts the blame. In his mind, Esmeralda becomes the source of his lust, not its object. He convinces himself that she is a temptress, an agent of the devil who has bewitched him, corrupted his moral purity, and tried to drag his soul to hell. He frames his obsession with Esmeralda as a spiritual battle, as though he is being tested by God. He tells himself that he is still holy, still righteous, and that the real sin is Esmeralda's beauty, her presence, her refusal to submit. Frollo kneels in front of flames, surrounded by hooded figures, faceless judges, imploring him to accept mea culpa, which means that he should acknowledge his faults. But he doesn't. Then he demands that God either deliver her to him or condemn her to hell.
Frollo might feel like an extreme example of how we act on the imaginary connections we make between morality and beauty, but I think it's an apt one. Frollo associates morality with beauty, which doesn't only compel him to punish ugliness as a moral failing, but also to punish being too beautiful. This is not dissimilar from the way we attach morality to being passively beautiful and having a great natural body, which leads us to behave similarly to Frollo. We punish ugly people because we see it as their personal failure for not buying in and doing what they can to make sure they're not unattractive. But we also punish those who we think do too much to be beautiful or to acknowledge their beauty, which is why we teach people it's not attractive to acknowledge their own looks. And we shame, degrade, and hypersexualize women we find especially attractive, especially those who get breast implants or BBLs.
Women out there, do not get those, please. It is not attractive. I'm not going to treat you with respect if you do. Okay? Honestly, I know you think that's important, but unless you have to, then I respect your wishes. Just do not do it for the sexual reasons. That's why, yeah, I know that's mean of me, but she has a point, though, because she's a sweetheart. She is. Because, yeah, some hot people are seen as demons. The reason I'm saying this is because, like, all those pranksters are really hot and good looking. I feel awful. I found them hot. Wolfie, David Uploads, Khan, you know, they're tall, kind of muscular looking, I guess. I think those boys are fucking hot. I feel bad for saying that. But you know what? They would use that just to take advantage of people because, one, they get money off of bullying people. Two, they would get a lot of fans for it. And three, this would teach, let's just say, teen boys that, you know what? I'm going to be all built, having abs, and then bully someone. That's how girls will like me. No, it's not. One, you'd be going to prison if you do that. Two, that just makes you a wuss if you basically are bullying someone that's really innocent. Three, if I was a woman, I wouldn't be dating a boy that's like that. I would be really uncomfortable. I would probably call 911 immediately. But the thing is, a lot of people don't care. That's why I'm saying, because yes, since those boys are really hot, I see them as devils. Now, again, being attractive is not your mistake. But if you're using this just to put others down, or basically it's like you're I don't know what to call it. I like to call it the Adonis predator. If you wanted to basically prey on people because you know you could get looks for it, don't be surprised that you're considered as a demon. I'm sorry. That's just how it is. You know, it is what it is. That's how I see it.
Describe negative things to them to justify our attraction. Just like Frollo was calling Esmeralda every kind of succubus seductress whore, that's exactly how y'all be accusing every bad bitch of being a money-hungry gold digger who ain't never worked for shit she had a day in her life, especially if y'all perceive her as buying into her bad bitch status. But here's the thing. Even with the ability to buy into beauty, to move ourselves closer to the center of the beauty norms, even buying in will never be accessible for many people. Someone like Quasimodo could never buy in. As a person, that's a personal failure. If you cared enough, you know what you need to do to go be pretty.
Yeah, exactly. That is quite literally what they mean, right? Even though we know that not everyone is going to be thin or muscular, no matter what they do, right? Whether they work out, they quote unquote eat right, like none of that is a guarantee for so many people, and so many people cannot do some of these things due to various disabilities, right? Like that is just true. And Black people, our bodies they're not made the same way that white European people's bodies are, and yet so much about what we are taught to aspire to is to look like that, look like them. And we then internalize that and then place that responsibility, that expectation on other Black folks around us. And that is what they mean by, if you don't like it, then you can change it. But the reality is, no, you cannot. You will never be European. You will never have that experience. But beyond that, the other part of the conversation that happens is people likening this critique to, or this analysis rather, to that of a person who is an incel. That becomes frustrating for me because this analysis is not saying that I have a right to have sex with anybody that I want to have sex with. That's what incels are doing. This analysis is, there is a blatant level of discrepancy and violence, oppression that happens when you are a person who is ugly. And one of the ways that manifests is in whether or not people desire you in and outside of sex, right? So it's not even just about sex, desire. And the reason why I wrote that chapter in the book is because I really wanted people to know that desire undergirds everything about the world in which we live. So it's not just about whether or not people are wanting to have sex with you. It is also about, and to be clear, anybody who experiences sexual attraction is justified in expressing that they are interested in having sex. They're not
Right.
justified in expressing that they have a right to sex with anybody. Like, that's not the same. And I think that always gets conflated, and it's really frustrating. But even beyond sex, desire plays a significant role in everything about how the world engages us. It determines who is employed. It determines who is housed. It determines who is making money. It determines who has path to friendship, even. Right? It determines so much about how we engage, how we're engaged in the world, and how people respond to us in the world, that you have to be almost purposely ignoring these realities to be able to jump to those types of conclusions.
Nevertheless, even though racism, ableism, fat phobia, queer phobia, colorism, featureism are often factors in why a person isn't considered beautiful or is a victim of negative lookism, that does not mean we can simply dismiss lookism as merely byproducts of these phenomena. And it's really important that I drive this point home. While racism, sexism, and all the other isms and phobias can and often do intersect with lookism, they do not have to. And we should understand lookism as its own distinct form of discrimination that can affect even otherwise privileged people. It's important that we understand lookism as its own distinct kind of discrimination for the same reason that it's important that we see ugly people as their own social group, in the same way that we recognize young people or old people or Black people or white people as their own social groups with their own unique interests and experiences. In his paper, Lookism as an Epistemic Injustice, Thomas J. Spiegel explains that if lookism weren't a distinct kind of discrimination, or if ugly people weren't their own social group, that would mean, quote, their experiences are merely individual or subjective anomalies rather than recurring patterns of look-based oppression. But we know that's not true. Ugly people are routinely discriminated against in many ways that are researched and quantified. Spiegel explained further, quote, lookism is also systemic in that lookism is at work in multiple aspects of social life. People have to carry their looks throughout virtually all areas of their life. For example, in the area of employment, ugliness can prevent one from getting certain positions in a way that is analogous to how race often favorably or unfavorably influences employment opportunities. But just in the case of race, the discrimination experience is not individual, but part of a larger system. Moreover, Spiegel explains that despite the falsehood that beauty is an eye of the beholder, it is important to state that lookism is not merely a subjective matter. Contrary to popular belief, research has shown that beauty and ugliness are not entirely subjective. There is an astonishingly high agreement on who is attractive and who is not. Spiegel explains that while we think our taste, who we find beautiful and who we find ugly, is a subjective individual matter, our taste is socio-culturally determined. We do, in fact, have some collective understandings of beauty and ugliness that makes whether a person is beautiful or ugly with a capital B and a capital U, not dependent on whether you or I or the next find them attractive. This might sound a little confusing, but I think we know exactly how this functions in real life. Think about when and why we say someone is attractive, but we're not attracted to them. Because while they're not our personal cup of tea, we are still aware that they are still attractive within our cultural understandings of beauty. We know that while we may not be attracted to them, the larger community would find them attractive. For example, Kirsten Dunst, Uma Thurman, Katherine Heigl are all examples of people who are going to be considered beautiful in the eyes of society. Capital B, structurally beautiful,
Right.
whether you or even they think they're beautiful.
Right.
Another example of our awareness of how our collective understanding of beauty and ugly renders beauty and ugliness not dependent on our personal individual opinions. When we ourselves may not necessarily find a person ugly, but we still know they're ugly to the masses because we know good and well exactly who is considered beautiful and who is not. Think about when your friends like somebody that they too ashamed to show you because they're attracted to them, but they know that other people will think they're ugly, and that matters to people. We should understand that not only are beautiful people and ugly people distinct social groups with specific unique experiences, people can be beautiful and receive the benefits of beauty while still being a member of other oppressed or marginalized social groups.
You with the six pack, you're in. You with the
Oh
seven-pack,
no,
you're
not that
in.
episode.
You're in.
Oh, The Simpsons. So, and by the way, I don't mind for the ones that voted by. I don't care, honestly. I mean, if you want, go ahead. I need to share this. This is so important. Oh God, this is why I am glad I'm a spade, but at the same time, no. I'll go wait for this dumb ad. Okay, I'm gonna let it play.
In your dreams.
Oh, come on, I've had a rough day.
This is the nightclub, not a John F. Kennedy cabinet meeting.
In the gay community, there is a term called bears.
Yes.
Which
Okay. Bears, twinks, otters, cubs. Those are younger guys. Bears is when it's older than me, I believe. Okay, I would be considered as a twink, even though I'm too old. I don't know why we got these terms. I don't know though, because I look young for my age, right? I would fit in the twink category, and yes, I do like to watch twink porn because of my stomach fetish, right? Because I like when the boys do 69, you can see them like stretchy. You see their stomach and abs. I love watching those. Not to mention one of my favorite porn stars. I think he's a twink. Is Alex Riley, who sadly died. I don't know if he got killed or it was overdose. He was really gorgeous. I think he died in my state, I believe. But he's one of the hot. Oh, he had a nice navel shape. He was so hot. He was one of my favorite gay porn stars. And not to mention Alex Riley. He's feminine, slim. He's definitely tall, much taller than me. Fucking hot. And not to mention Gabe Isaac, his dick is fucking huge. And he looks kind of ugly, but his dick is big. I don't care. I like how sweet he is. Not to mention, I like how he has a mole in his penis. It's fucking turn on. So I'm just being honest. Let me continue with this.
Years has really been gentrified, for lack of a better word, where it used to be about fat men who are hairy having like a sort of subgroup within the community, and now it has become about muscle bears only, which is just muscular hairy men who don't have abs.
Wait, very quick. Let me just share this clip. This is important. The census predicted everything.
Everything else you're in your dreams. Oh, come on, I've had a rough day. This is a nightclub, not a John F. Kennedy cabinet.
Very annoying. But the point of what I'm naming here is that sometimes they will have like, right.
I call it muscular.
I love that actually. Sometimes they'll have like parties for bears or quote unquote chubs or quote unquote cubs. Cubs are just folks who are not as big and who are not hairy, but who are like still larger. These spaces are, particularly when they are black, I'm not even talking about the whites at this point. These spaces are deeply removed from this standard of beauty. So then what happens in this space is that the chasers, the chubby chasers, get prioritized in this space by the chubs, the cubs, the bears, who are very deeply interested in being desired by people who do not look like them, right? By people who they understand to have a level of power and a level of beauty that they cannot obtain. Then it is, again, the light-skinned, bearded, fat person who may be a little bit more solid than the rest of the room, or who may be a little smaller than the folks in the rest of the room, who are then prioritized behind the chaser, right? And the chaser is never understood to be another chub in the room. The chaser is always understood to be the thinnest person in the room. That is what that looks like.
In the same way, people can be ugly and experience all the discrimination ugly people face while still being a member of other privileged social groups. For example, Naomi Campbell is beautiful and will still benefit from lookism despite being black and dark-skinned. The same goes for Janet Mock, despite being a black trans woman. While Lena Dunham and Amy Schumer, despite being white women, one even blonde, will still experience the world as ugly people, which is something they both know and frequently incorporate in their work. But we'll talk about that later when we discuss Lena Dunham more in depth. The point is this. You know good and well who people think are beautiful and who people think are ugly. We know exactly what other motherfuckers are going to say about any given person's appearance and why. So don't give me that beauty is in the eye of the beholder shit, because we cannot have a real discussion about the treatment of ugly people if you sit up here pretending ugly people are mythical creatures like unicorns that don't really exist. Don't piss me off. We have such a cone of silence around lookism, beauty, and the politics of ugliness that every time I raise my burning desire to make this video addressing the plight of ugliness to my friends, all the said no for one reason. We have no problem calling out pretty privilege and exactly who we believe benefits from it. But when the inverse happens all of a fucking sudden, we don't feel like we can name that. You know what I mean? And what it ultimately does is just puts their experiences. It's a societal gaslighting. Like they are walking through the world knowing that because that I am perceived as ugly in this society, that this is how people experience me, this is how I'm treated, this is how I experience the dating market, the job market, X, Y, Z. But anytime it's there can be no awareness of it. There can be no actual like discussion of it or addressing of it because it's a problem everybody want to put in silence, like because they want to be polite. Ironically enough, because it's considered unattractive, it's unattractive as when we unbecoming and reflect poorly on you to acknowledge somebody else as ugly or whatever have you. So it's funny. It's an upholding of the same beauty politic.
You need an ugly nigga to speak on this though, because you ain't ugly though. You have shrines to your fineness. Online. Yes, you.
You know what? My straight. You know what? I want to make this accountable for all. All right. Where are my straight or bi men out there, or bi girls? Do you think she's hot? No, I want my straight viewers to feel comfortable. And plus, I'm sorry. This is what I like about straight guys. They make me laugh whenever we talk about women. As long as you're not saying it inappropriately, okay? Like you could say she's hot or whatever. Let me explain. Okay, this is who she is.
Like because they want to be polite. Ironically,
No, she is. Give me a flaming heart emoji. If not, give me a tree. Hold on. No, you'll see her pictures. Hold on. Well, except for Greg, because he's married, but... Don't feel guilty. Don't feel guilty. I want to hear it. Don't feel guilty. Honestly. Hey, I think she's pretty hot, literally. I'm just being honest. I can compliment women. Doesn't make me bi. It does not make me bi. Literally. And for my women out there, I want you to know there is something wrong if you're basically a little bit chubby. A lot of men love that. Okay? I want you to know that. If Rosie could basically make me spread my world tail, we're all adults here, right? I need to talk about this. This is important. If Rosie doing that sexy stomach trick is seeing that manly pubic, oh, he had a lot of pubic hair, and it'd be happy, made me healthy mentally because she shared it with me. It was so personal. Then literally, chubby woman, okay, and women, you need to have big boobs to be attractive, okay? You don't. But what I'm trying to say is being attractive, a lot of men love that. They do, okay? Honestly, you need to be slim. Plus, I get a little bit concerned of women because a lot of women, they do go to eating disorders. It makes you worry for them, thinking that they gotta starve themselves to be thin. No, you don't. And for my men out there, you could have a beer belly. Rosalie had it. I think it was fucking hot. Literally, from our language. Okay? And again, Era is questioning because for Rosalie, it's a different connection. It doesn't mean that, oh, every straight guy is bi. That's not how life works. Okay? There are some straight men that may be bi-curious. Yes. Not every type, though. No. Only a handful. All right. So, yeah, I know you're straight, Dumbo. Okay. So, Darren, Lucas, and Daniel, you think she's hot. Okay? Paul and Greg, you don't think she... Oh, yeah, Greg, obviously. Michael, you don't think she's hot? Interesting. And please pardon me for earlier. And Dumbo, you didn't do anything wrong. I want you to know that. Okay? And Greg, there's another one being ugly. Because that's so... I want you to know that. And one thing I don't like is how usually chubby women get more hate. Exactly. I don't know why that is. And Michael, I'm doing okay. Thank you for asking me. So I'm still not meant to. I'm getting there, but again, this may happen again. I just want to give it a warning, okay? So I had to just share that because it makes me laugh. And I'm sorry, I just popped up. I'm supposed to end the video here, which I didn't. It made me laugh because I like seeing what my straight viewers think. I'm just surprised. So Darren, because I know that you're chubby, so I'm not surprised. So I'll want, okay, the ones that give me the floating heart, okay? Please, I want you to share this. Please be open here. Everyone is welcome here, because I'm a spade, so I said so. What makes you think she's hot? Tell me. I want you to be open with me. Tell me, okay? Just like how all of you want me to be open with me. I think that's fair. Grant, oh, I'm sure you're not ugly. Even if you are, there's nothing wrong with being ugly. I want you to know the hell. In fact, I think it's also that you're a veteran and a father. So for me, you're definitely, even if you're ugly, well, even if you're not a father, I don't see it that way. I see ugly people that are really kind of hot that would basically prey on the ones that are vulnerable or the ones that don't like autistic people. They need to basically snickle off. I don't want to be around them. You know? Wait, hold on. Wait, that's Darren, right? Darren doesn't go to bed this early. Wait a minute. That's not Darren. Darren doesn't talk like that. Yeah, because he's still not here. That's not Darren. Darren, people think I'm an idiot. I'm not. Darren doesn't say goodnight. He says goodnight, everyone. He doesn't say I gonna sleep. Yeah, sorry. Can you just like stop? I'm not an idiot. May you stop doing that? I know Darren doesn't talk like that. I don't know if that is Darren though. Darren doesn't talk like that. Are you sure, Dumbo, that's Darren? Yeah, it is. I don't know. The thing is, Bonnie, I know you could see that I know he's been around since Dumbo's been around. I know how Darren, he doesn't go to bed this early. He doesn't, sorry he does. You know what? I don't know. I don't appreciate this. You know what? I don't want to block this person. I don't. Because one, sorry's bye. You know, I don't. Why can't you just use one account? Why? I don't get it. Yeah, that's not Darren. That is not Darren. Yes, he would say goodnight, everyone, or I gotta go to bed. He doesn't go to bed too much later because he lives an hour away from me. He does not go to bed this early. That's sorry. There's no way that Darren will go to bed at, well, I think we're at the same time zone. I'm glad I checked this now. Yes, an imposter. It is. Hey, why is Dumbo? Lauren didn't say anything wrong. This is not Darren. The thing is, Darren would talk much more, though. Yep, that's not him. That is not him. All right, I'm keeping this in mind. Don't block the person, no. I'll be back. Darren is to talk like this. Nope, it's sorry. I don't like it, or whoever it is. No, I'm not an idiot. Just because I have trust issues doesn't mean I'm foolish. It's not Darren, though. It's not. He doesn't talk like that. And Darren would be talking much more than he does. He doesn't say I'll be back. He does not talk like that. I'm not an idiot. It's probably sorry, I think. I don't know. You know what? If she's depressed, then I can help you. Because you're gonna make me more depressed as it is. And I did everything I could. People wonder why I'm acting like Raven right now. That I don't like to speak. Or I get fucking jealous of other YouTubers. I'm tired of this. You know what? I may need to change the new rule, which means only people that are sub for a certain amount of time is allowed to basically comment. I'm gonna have to set that rule from now on. I don't know. There is a rule. There is a rule for that. And if people are brand new, you're not allowed to comment. That is not Darren. Darren doesn't say I'll be back. I gotta sleep. He does not talk like that. Are you kidding me? Sorry does. Yeah, I'm getting sick of her at this point. I'm gonna block her. If Sorry is ever here, I don't want her here. I did enough to help her. I did all I could. I can't stand more impost. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. Darren, again, does not say, I gotta sleep. He doesn't talk like that. And not to mention, he will mention about how he's chubby. That is not Darren. I'm not an idiot. Yeah, this is why I'm going to have to feel like I'm special here. Make up a fucking fake disorder. No. I definitely do have hyperphagia. I do. Because you know what? I know of all the conversations I have with Darren, he does not talk like that. He doesn't. That's why he doesn't even have a wrench in his name. Because I just noticed that is someone else. I've got 2 hours. Yeah. You know what? Ask that person about World War II. Or what's the favorite country? I gotta know. And they don't say Germany or the other stuff about Hitler, you know that's not Darren. No. I'm just fine with Greg and Double being a mod. No one else like to. And just be safe. Especially since they're here late. I'm tired of this. I am.
When I made it, I don't even say like,
oh yeah. Niggas have your pictures and literally do offerings to them on Reddit. Unfortunately.
This is not a good way for me to basically like someone. No.
Foreign thought process is one reason why we never hear anyone advocating for the plight of ugly people. But it's not the main reason. Despite it being a statistically supported fact that ugly people are discriminated against in a million different ways, very rarely do we see anyone step forward and claim to be an ugly person on the receiving.
I'm fine, everyone. I'm fine. I'm just irritated. I know that's not Darren because he wasn't typing in like crazy. He wasn't giving me any updates. That's not him.
And the reason why is simple. No one wants to be ugly. The simple fact that no one wants to be ugly and no one wants to call anyone ugly, unless they're talking shit on social media and we don't like that, then it's immediate. Shut up. Otherwise, no one wanting to be ugly is precisely what usually keeps ugly people from being able to form a strong social group that advocates against leftism. A rare example of ugly people forming a strong social group to advocate against leftism is the World Association of Ugly People, aka the Ugly Club. The organization was created in 1879 in Italy for the purposes of fighting leftism in the workplace, as well as just generally increasing awareness around the plight of ugly people in the leftist world. One of the most revolutionary aspects of this group is their effort to destigmatize ugliness, which is reflected in the group's existence as well as its crest, which reads, quote, ugliness is a virtue, beauty is slavery. And their motto is a person is what he is and not what he looks like. The World Association of Ugly People boasts 25 chapters across the world, more than 3,000 members, and they host an annual festival called the Festival of Ugly People, as well as they erected a monument to ugly people in the birthplace of their organization.
You know what? I'll support that. An ugly festival and hot people can get out. I don't care if it's discriminate. Go kill yourself then. Sorry, not that far. If you want to fucking bully people. Sorry, Mr. Roger, or you're fucking dead, man. Your fucking body's dead. Sorry. Stress is Making my intrusive thoughts are kicking in. Pardon me. Oh. I'm just so fucking stressed out. I need some more time.
Here's a photo of the members of the Ugly Club at their annual festival in 2016. The Ugly Club is an amazing example of people recognizing their own ugliness in order to destigmatize ugliness and challenge lookism. However, the Ugly Club is an anomaly. In addition to people's underlying belief that we are obligated to be attractive or not be unattractive, the reason why people don't take lookism as serious as other forms of discrimination is because while there are women fighting against sexism, Black people fighting against racism, people with disabilities fighting against ableism, there are very few people willing to recognize themselves as ugly for obvious reasons. And those that are gaslighted, told they're not ugly, and that they aren't experiencing whatever they're experiencing because they're ugly, which is meant to be polite. But by gaslighting ugly people, you just prevent them from...
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry. I know this is going to happen at this point. I'm sorry. Have you ever seen this? Just do not come back, please. Don't. I'm not going to help you with a damn depression. Someone else has to help you. I did all I could. Do not impersonate Darren, or who, maybe I don't know who it is. Maybe it's that smiley person. I don't know. But you know what? I already did my job. I'm done. I don't need to respond to every damn message at this point. Not right now, especially with the other stuff I'm going through at this point. I'm not in the mood. Not to mention with the jealousy about our YouTubers right now. I don't want to get heated or basically want to say some harsh comments. I wish there's a fucking little person. Sorry. You know, I need to get that out of my system. It's so disrespectful when someone would pretend to be Darren. I don't get it. He did so much for me on oh. I'm never gonna get my apartment back, am I? I need to get fucking proper like a fucking talking hat. So I can. Sorry. There's somebody coming from my fucking videos. Gonna do the spam like Spade on all videos. I don't care. Oh, Lava Mikey helps slap. I don't fucking care. Spade, give me likes. I don't care if you got fucking groom. Fucking white ass. Sorry. Excuse me. Sorry, I do have a lot of bad thoughts. A lot. Doesn't mean I act on it, okay? We all have them. I'm just more expressive, if that makes sense, because, I don't know. I just feel comfortable doing it. Well, I have the fucking privacy. If you want to come at music videos or whatever, go ahead. It's up to you. I don't mind. That's why I've been doing it. Just mention my name or header, but just be careful. Just don't use the... If you want to add the username, don't put the @ right next to it because it'll be considered as spam. You know how I put the time at 3:49 p.m., whatever like that, if you want. Because you know what? I'm going to have to... I need that support right now. I do. Because... this is not helping. I'm sorry. I don't want to finish this. This is such a good video so far. I'm sorry. Thanks to that person that pretended to be there, and it kind of ruined my night even further. Not what I needed. It could be any video. Just whenever during your free time. That's all to be this music. I don't care. If you don't like it, well, you know what? Screenshot them if you want. Honestly, make them feel bad so that they know they can stop. They don't like it, you know what? I'll expose them. I'll make them quiet. No. I'm used to abuse. It's fine. It's fine. Like that white female officer that said keep walking for some reason. I don't know why. What's up her vagina? But anyway, so I do have the fucking this. I'm gonna say I do. I do have to self-diagnose because I keep getting those weird flashbacks in my head of things that are gone. It's like PTSD, but I get more of them. It's like if you listen to music so many times, it's like an earworm, but it's a memory worm. I can't get rid of it. Brainworm, remember that makes sense.
See themselves as a part of a larger group. that
We've
can
got 2
fight and
hours.
share
Damn it, 2
experiences and
hours left?
reflection. We as Black people, it helps us. The fact that we know racism is a thing that can be named, we know we are experiencing racism. We have a community of other people who will affirm that. It's quite literally necessary and helpful to our emotional, psychological well-being and moving through life. We know, okay, I'm not tripping. I ain't even about me. It's because I'm Black. We know what's happening there. So for people who are going through life experiencing a world that is radically different and treats them like shit because they don't find it desirable in it, and to have people constantly tell them that that's not what's happening, creates a cycle, like creates confusion. It's an epistemic injustice that is being experienced there. There's power that comes from being able to recognize yourself as part of a group and taking pride in that identity. You're better able to destigmatize the identity and cope with the cons of being a part of that group, which is why when SpongeBob starts spiraling about being ugly, Patrick doesn't tell him he's not ugly. He tells him to be proud of being ugly.
She had to bring this.
I can't.
SpongeBob, you're never gonna feel better till you get this thing off your chest.
Pun intended.
I know, Patrick.
What is that?
Say it.
I'm ugly.
And what?
Where?
Oh, proud.
I'm ugly and I'm proud.
Good. Say it louder.
I'm ugly and I'm proud.
Louder.
I'm ugly and I'm proud.
Louder.
I'm ugly and I'm proud.
But few people have friends like Patrick. Instead, they've got folks who gaslight them and just leave them feeling confused. An example that comes to mind is this YouTube video where a guy who has spent his entire life as an ugly person and
Yes.
being treated as such
Yes.
made a video stating plainly that he is ugly. That is literally what he named it. And that people treat him like shit and he's lonely and he is sad as a result. Would you believe that 25 million people watched that video and 170,000 lion ass
Comments.
got in the comment section to gaslight this boy, talking about, oh, you're not ugly, you're cute, and a whole bunch of
No,
bullshit.
he is ugly. Yes, he is. But his kindness is really attractive. I know that sounds corny. You know what? Because I'm not going to say he's pretty. No, he is ugly. Yeah. I don't like to say the word hideous, though. I don't. He is ugly. Or he is quite unattractive. But he is so honest and kind-hearted. And that's what matters a lot. I could say, oh, yeah, you're hot, but you're a fucking damn predator. You got to get the heck away from me there. Like that. Right? If that makes sense. I hate when people lie.
Implications.
God damn it, this video, I got like 40. I'm enjoying this video so much. I want to pick the whole thing. I can't help it.
Needed a different hairstyle or a makeover or something. You see that buying and shit. But they were saying all of this because they were trying to be kind. Because we all recognize that in our world, being ugly is a bad thing. But the thing is this. He knows how shitty it is to be ugly in our looking ass society because he lived it. And that's why he was telling us about it. And invalidating him isn't a kindness. It's gaslighting that causes a person to doubt their very real lived experience and prevent them from advocating against the discrimination they face because you're ultimately denying that discrimination happened. Think about it. If an ugly person says to you, this is my negative experience because I'm ugly in our world, and you reflexively go, oh, you're not ugly, you are denying that their experience is what it is and what they know it to be. And that's a special kind of injustice. It's what's called an epistemic injustice that we're going to get into later. Another example comes to us from YouTube as well. A video by a creator called Stefko.
That's what started off the discussion about pretty privilege. And she was just like, I don't have pretty privilege. And I think what was most indicative of what you're talking about is the fact that she made that video, came in there, did the whole thing, She had a very realist and pragmatic approach to talking about pretty privilege, and saying she don't have it. And then it kind of proved itself because her viewership has been down ever since. And they so like really didn't stick around and they didn't care about it. And it kind of maybe speaks to maybe ugliness is only
Dumbo, even if you're ugly, which you may be, why would I grow up after how much you've been so kind to me? Never. And so what if you're ugly? There's nothing wrong with that. Jerry, I understand. So I can't believe I'm reading all your comments now. Exactly, Grand. Exactly. Personally, it does matter more. Yeah, Darwish Swesley was taller, yeah. But do I like the nollie that he does? Oh, yes, I do. And I masturbate to that. I like to talk about a lot because you know what? It just means that I'm not superficial. Yes, it'd be nice if he was taller. Even though I never met him. You know? That's okay. It's the same way that, yeah, you wish you may have a different sibling. You know, maybe not be as chatty. Or maybe you wish you had like a bigger doll. Yeah, it's okay. There's no such thing as having, I don't know why to call it this, the right one. There's no fucking, man, I want to be left-handed. So, ugh. And Mason, I bet you do, honestly. I bet you do. Because I can't imagine how being 6'6" or 6'7" is. That must be a living hell. Yeah, it's the same thing how people thinking that being tall is good. No, it's not. Are you fucking okay? One, what if I want to be the submissive one? Two, what if I want to stretch my legs out in bed? Three, what if I want to hold a stuffed animal or an insect, but I feel that I may be a little too powerful on it? Four, what if I want to live longer, but my heart would have to work harder? It's just fucking weird. I don't get it. I fucking don't get it. I don't. Oh, Mason, not to me. You're really attractive for your height, to be honest. I guess I'm one of the few. Because I always prefer a guy that's much taller than me. I like Mace because I always been gaslighted that, yeah, you're average. If I was average, then why would I fit in the kids section? Stop calling me average. I think it's a fucking insult. It's so funny. I keep telling people this. I am short. I'm not average. Average is, I don't know, 5'8" or something. I'm far from that. 5'7" could be average. I don't know. It's not average. It's below average. I don't know. I don't know. 5'8" in my opinion, that's when your average height. 5'8" to 5'10"-ish. That's the range. 5'7", it can be kind of short. I don't know. I just know that 5'7" is tall compared to me. Period. Honestly, I don't. It's so funny how people keep telling me that. I literally got videos as proof when I go out in public. About every fucking adult is taller than I am. Yes, I'm that short. I am really short. The shoes just make me look a little taller though. It's the angle. Jeez, I'm not gonna this film weirdly in public. Why? Don't believe me? Then don't. If my graduation gown can't fit me, then yes, there's the answer. And yeah, I did got shorter because it doesn't fit me. And I was still short even when I was in high school. Quite so, actually. Mia, oh yes. No, I know by women standards you're not that short, but I will see you as short, yes. I'm thinking a woman, well, borderline maybe? I know the average height is 5'4". I think it should be 5'5". Oh no, it depends. It depends. Like maybe. I don't. That's a good question. I don't know. Come to think of it, I think it needs to be 5'4" though. Oh, height is weird sometimes. And Greg, you don't like being 6 foot? Yeah, I bet. Honestly, 6 foot that sounds like a living hell. And Samir, what do you want to ask me? Sorry, I'm just thinking a lot. Yeah, I had a feeling you'd be concerned. I don't want to talk about it. I don't. I want to, but I my mental health. I don't talk about it. Maybe not right now. Maybe tomorrow I probably will. Cowgirl. Okay, you're a female, right? 5'5". Oh, you call me dear, Samir. Oh, that's you never call me dear. Interesting. Huh. Yes, I would date a tall guy. Oh, yes, absolutely. 1,002%. Yes. In fact, you know something? I think guys with glasses are hot. I don't know why, because when I take them off, it's as though they're a different person. It's the I have this is gonna sound weird. I have an alter ego fetish. I made it up. I think that's a new fetish that is made up just now. Our hell invented at this point because if a guy wears glasses, let's just say we're doing cosplay, and then he basically takes it off and he acts like someone else. I think that's a turn on. Okay, not inventing, but I basically invented the definition. So yes, glasses are really attractive. Some of my, I don't know if I think I had a crush growing up though. No, I don't think I had any crushes that wore glasses. Yes, I did. Samuel. Oh boy, that's a field trip. I gotta talk about Samuel. I guessed right, cowgirl. Oh, that's good. You guessed right. 5'5". So you're average. Huh. I just guessed. Weird. I wish I typed that in. And then even if you're ugly, you could definitely still date someone. There's nothing wrong because I said so. It's just sadly so many people are just so stuck up these days, you know. Oh, Brian, no, you don't need to do anything. Just all of you just talking to me and just hearing me speak while you're commenting. That's all you can do, honestly. Calgary, you want to guess what state I'm from? So you're an American by the looks of it, because everyone else is a handful of them are not American. So that's the first he asked you what state. Amelia, what question do you have? And yes, Samuel was hot. He had a belly. He had caramel skin. He was Mexican. He was hot as hell. He was. I don't want to talk all about the details, but he was really attractive. I wish I see him shirtless. He had a nice body. I never seen him shirtless, but he had a nice belly, though. I just gotta admit. Oh my! I do have a thing for chubby boys, do I? I wish I was more vocal about it. In a way, as long as they're healthy, not obese. As in, your shirts still fit you and you're still active and athletic, but chubby, that's fine. I don't know. Anyway, oh, I'm sorry, you asked me that. Oh, Cowgirl, that's a really good guess. You wanna guess again? Assuming you know state that 11? I like how you call me dear for some reason. You have a bully fetish, Emma? I'm sorry to hear that. That's awful. Some trauma, I understand. I do. And Amelia, I hope so. I really do. Cowgirl, nope, you guessed wrong again. Those are two good guesses. I'm from Arizona. Yeah, I'm not gonna type in it because I already said your height and it went through. I gotta pretend later on. Oh. Well, at least I guessed it right. But yeah, I'm from Arizona. Kara girl. So yeah, you were wrong. However, though, it's kind of funny that you brought up Oklahoma because my great grandmother was from there. She was from Oklahoma City, which I never been. I wish I did. Yeah, thank you, Hagar. Yeah. Yeah, we are a good state. As well as others, it just depends. You got a bird out here? Really? I'm not surprised. I'm like almost every state for some odd reason out there. Like half of them live out here, or people that have family that live here. And there's nothing one being ugly. I want you to know that. Because you've been so caring for me. I wish I knew why I'm a punching bag. Lucas, tell me about it. Tell me about it. Honestly. And you don't deserve to be treated that way either. I want to watch this video for a couple more minutes. I'm at 1:12. 1 hour, 12 minute, and 12 second mark. I'll watch it 2 more minutes. I know that all of you had to go to bed an hour and a half. You've been bullied because you're ugly, Paul. I understand. That's awful that you have. I know people don't like me on YouTube because I get a little harsh, especially, yes, I do, again, get jealous of others. That's why I've been a little bit competitive and commenting a lot. But the thing is, though, I don't do it because, oh, those will give me likes. So, I kind of do. But at the same time, I only comment videos that I can relate or enjoy. That's why my comments are so long.
Performed in a pain and an afflicted way. Like you only want to see ugly people if they in pain.
We covet beauty so
Huh?
much and see not being beautiful as such a hardship because it is in our looking society that even being or receiving yourself as average looking will get a similar response the two previous creators got. And I know that because when Kimberly Foster dared to call herself average looking, something I'm sure based on her lived, oh, you're beautiful, and to criticize her for being insecure or speaking about herself negatively.
I mean, most people are average looking. Ooh, people have come at me with this years ago on Twitter when I said I'm just a regular looking woman, like I'm average. And then somebody, with kind of a platform was like, why would you say that about yourself? Why would you say anything less than you are? And I'm like, me saying that I occupy toward the median, maybe a little bit above the median in physical attractiveness is not me saying I am not worthy of literally everything in the world that I desire, because I believe that. I do believe that. I definitely have a sense of entitlement about it. That's not me saying that I deserve to be treated poorly and I'm not going to get what I want out of life and I'm going to only settle for ancient and, no. It's an understanding of the way that the world works, right? Same way I say I'm not the richest person in the world, not the most attractive person in the world. It's just like an understanding of reality. And I actually think that a refusal to accept that average or regular is not the worst thing in the world to be keeps many of us in bondage. It keeps us in a chokehold. It's like, if ugly is the very worst thing that you can.
I got an ad. Daniel, this is uploaded 8 days ago. Also, the reason why I've been a little bit worried very quick is because I noticed that those people that I mentioned, right, they haven't came back. So that's why I to be honest, very quick, okay? I took it personal because even though they seem that they enjoyed the live streams, I never heard back from them ever again. That's why that's another thing. I don't like to be attached and I like to be quiet.
Fine. Oh, I gotta make sure of that. And it's like, no, I'm good. I'm okay. Here's what it is.
All of these creators being gaslit when they try to discuss their experiences with lookism or their own relationship to beauty is an example of a kind of epistemic injustice we'll get into in the next chapter. But for now, I'm using these examples to make the point that when an ugly person tries to share their negative experiences as an ugly person, instead of telling them they're not ugly and thus they're delusional or wrong in their assessment of their life and how they know they're perceived and treated, you should instead.
Well, it's not just Pat and Mason. Do tell me. I want to hear it. Oh, crap. I need to end the video here. It's the others. There's not that many. It's a few of them. I don't. Well, now so that's different. But it was a few others though. That's why I get a little bit worried, and I try not to take it too hard, but it's hard. Oh, that's terrible. Oh my goodness, that's awful. I guess that's another thing. I wish people tell me what happens because I get worried. That's terrible. He got evicted. Oh, thank you so much, Mason, for telling me. That's terrible. He got evicted. That's awful. Oh, he did? Oh, he didn't have to do that. He needs to take care of himself first. Oh, he's a sweetheart. He said he misses me. Thank you for telling me. I tell him I miss him back. See, in the other large YouTubers, they probably would just take, well, a handful of them. Or is it the majority? I think the majority would take the viewers for granted. Oh, no. His channel got hacked. Yeah, Bronny, hello. I'm sorry that your comment's not working. I hate when that happens. And it's about Patrick is a great viewer. He's from Poland, right? If I recall. He was here for a short period. That's terrible that he got evicted. This is why I don't like seeing some of these YouTubers, right? I mean, not this one. No, she's awesome. I just found her today. I'm gonna do 1 hour 15-minute mark. This is like my favorite video I've seen so far. I'm glad her channel is going viral. She deserves it. Oh, so this is the woman that I've seen before. Her channel is doing really well. And I'm glad it is. I wish she does more, but she can only talk so much. I'll say the rest of this tomorrow. I don't know why. I want to enjoy the moment. It's such a good video, but yet at the same time, I want to keep hearing it. You know what? I'll stop at the 1 hour and 18-minute mark. That gives me 40 minutes.
Casual and regular discrimination against ugliness. That actually.
The saddest part, he called me from one of the phone. Oh, that's terrible. Mason, I'm surprised that you have everyone's phone number, especially because he's from Poland. Unless because you have a limited or the international calls. That's terrible. Yeah, Brian, I'm sorry that keeps happening. Oh, Bronny, please message me when you're at home. Please don't text and drive. Please don't. Yeah, that's her nickname. Well, her old name, that's how long I knew her for. But, damn it, that's terrible. Well, he needs to get himself situated first. I don't want him to rush. I want him to get situated first. And Brian, it's my pleasure. Thank you for telling me about this, Mason. That's terrible. God, even in Poland, for crying out loud. Usually stuff like that doesn't happen in this country. Compared to the other countries in Romania and Greece and maybe Hungary, they do have some financial problems. But yet again, I don't know much about that. I don't know that much about Poland. I know the United Kingdom has their own. Oh God, anything but the United Kingdom, and then Ireland, but not Poland. She's driving, Dumbo. I'm sorry. That's what she's trying to say.
Was the problem? Gaslighting ugly people about what they're experiencing actually just upholds the system because it prevents it from being challenged by the people.
Going, yeah. Yeah, he was just only here for I think few days until that happened. Oh, Brian, I'm sorry that you were. Oh my goodness, because I don't want that unless you have like a GPS. I understand.
Right. We all know good and well when people think them ugly, and we absolutely do not need to just volunteer that information where it's not pertinent or say it just to say it, especially to those people. But when those people themselves discuss it, truly engage the experience they're sharing and critique the system that oppresses them.
I think that if a person is using language that very clearly indicates that they have a level of understanding of what desire is, what lookism is, etc., I don't think that there's anything wrong with affirming what this person is talking about. If someone is using language that very clearly doesn't indicate that they have
Amelia, that means a lot. I want you to know that, even if it may not feel that way for me.
Has always been, and this is my responsibility to anyone, to talk to them about structural shit, right? Like my response is, look, I absolutely hear you. And the way that the world sees you, what you were describing.
And Daniel, that means a lot. I didn't know that you really like doing art because of me. That's an honor.
This way, the world engages you in this way because of this, and this. So that way, what is internalized.
And Mason, I want you to say that does make me flattered to hear that. There's no rush to make a video. Whenever you're ready.
How they are being engaged, it's not an individual issue because folks who are feeling the effects of desirability, who are feeling the effects of the libidinal economy, who are feeling the effects of lookism or whatever.
And me, I do.
Have already deeply internalized.
That means that's great that I have.
That experience. And so my investment is in
it's my dear pleasure.
It's a structural thing that it is a structural identity, or that rather it's an identity that is structured by so much about how the rest of the world works.
But I say all this to say, the unwillingness to be ugly is why we don't have advocates to make us take lookism seriously, which is necessary in a society that thinks any discrimination that isn't illegal is socially acceptable.
What? That's discrimination. It's illegal. We can have her arrested.
It's her baby. She can do whatever the hell she wants to. It's also society because of their parents.
Well, that's different. Because I read the Constitution and it does not protect ugly people.
That was a clip from Desperate Housewives, where Gabrielle Solis, played by Eva Longoria, was angry that a blonde white woman whose baby she wanted to adopt specifically because she was pretty rejected their application because they were Mexican, and she's outraged, prompting her husband to point out what she sees as hypocrisy on her part for being outraged because they had chosen not to adopt a bunch of other women's babies because those women were ugly and they didn't want an ugly baby. To which she
Dumbo, you're a
that one of
sweetheart. I want you to know that. I want you to know that. Regardless of all the shawning, you did nothing. Remember that. And Brian, that's really, really thoughtful of you to basically see me that way. I always don't see myself as being underrated. Oh.
discrimination is legal and the other is not. Therefore, one is fine and the other is not. But Carmen is played for laughs. The sentiment is how she and
Oh yeah, Paul, it's my honor that I have.
A real way ugly people are discriminated against in real life that probably never crossed our minds. Adoption. There are children who do not get homes because either they or their parents are ugly. It's not just worth noting who Gabrielle considered beautiful and why. The thin blonde white woman.
Really, Lucas? That's wonderful that I have.
Having an ugly baby was just
I know I'm saying different words. I know it sounds like generic, but I am talking different words because I don't talk the same for everyone here. I'm just glad that you like the geography that I've been teaching you about.
as, if not more important to her than having a healthy baby in the first place, which is unfortunately some real shit.
And Michael, you're so more than welcome. I actually encourage it.
Because we are obsessed with beauty and we make critical life decisions based on beauty and desire. Then delude others into believing they're not experiencing a luckless world that we know we are quietly but actively and aggressively participating in. Which brings us to why lookism is an epistemic injustice. Listen up closely because I think this is one of the most important parts of this discussion.
Okay, I made it this far. I'll stop at the 1, 2. Oh no. Okay, we got 40 minutes left in this video. I want to hear this very quick.
There are a million reasons why lookism is a problem in our society. But for ugly people, lookism is what's called an epistemic injustice. So, what's an epistemic injustice? Epistemic injustice is a term coined by Miranda Fisher, and she defined it as, quote, the injustice done to a person in their capacity as a knower. I think an easier way to describe epistemic injustice is as a distinct kind of injustice where people are not given adequate credit for their pains, knowledge, and experiences. Fisher said that there are two distinct kinds of epistemic injustice: testimonial injustice and hermeneutical injustice. Testimonial injustice refers to when people are ignored, dismissed, not believed, or not seen as credible due to their identity or membership to a particular group. A prevalent example of this in our society is the way women are dismissed when we come forward with abuse simply because we're women, which is specifically why things like #BelieveWomen and the Me Too movement even exist, to combat a common yet pervasive kind of testimonial injustice women experience. More specific examples of testimonial injustice that also illustrate how lookism is a distinct form of discrimination. Because although women in general experience testimonial injustice whenever they come forward about abuse, what Tarana Burke and Quantasia Sharpton experienced was specific to lookism. Tarana Burke, the founder of the Me Too movement and a survivor of sexual violence, had countless people completely discount that she was ever sexually abused and the importance of her work at all, based solely on the fact that they thought she was too undesirable to be sexually abused. And Quantasia Sharpton was a woman who sued Usher for giving her herpes, only to have the entire public decide she was lying solely because they refused to believe Usher had sex with her altogether because she's fat. Hermeneutical injustice occurs when someone's experiences are not well understood by themselves or others, because these experiences do not fit any concepts known to them or others due to the historic exclusion of some groups of people from activities, such as scholarship and journalism, that shape the language people use to make sense of their experiences. An easier way to understand this, quote, Paradoxical injustice makes someone less able to interpret their own life.
Growing up being perceived as the ugly friend really plays a role when it comes to character development. And I just feel like if you didn't grow up being considered ugly, you don't go through life how we go through life. I feel like middle school is like the year that everyone goes through their awkward phase, and I felt like the ugly duckling in middle school. But I was like, okay, it is what it is. High school was when things were actually happening. My friends were dating, and I wasn't dating. I didn't have my first kiss. All of my friends were having their first kiss, losing their virginity, and like actually having like.
Oh, that's really sweet, Emma. I do my best, to be honest.
My friends trying to talk to you,
And we get stuff north. Haley, pardon me.
Growing up with that trauma, thinking like, oh, guys aren't taking you seriously. Like,
But not here in Phoenix.
As a joke.
Can we talk about how we are not the woman that's like ever approached in the friend group? More specifically, how you internalize it, how you deal with it. You know, because it's hard for me to believe that I'm a pretty girl when I'm out and men don't approach me. I tell you guys all the time that like I get the most attention from guys on the internet, not out in public. I for the most part I've never approached, just to keep it a buck. Or I'm approached by super older guys, like 50 and up. Nobody in my age range. And I don't care how many times my friends tell me I'm pretty, people at church tell me I'm pretty. When it's all said and done and I'm in a room with them, I've never seen.
Anybody who's ever been in that position before knows what that's like. In fact, there was a social media trend.
Oh, Bernie, you switched back. I see your comment on your other one.
Person who is interested in one person in the group, specifically when it's men who are interested in one woman in the group, how they speak one way to the person they're interested in and completely just do not even acknowledge the other people in the group. Or when they don't find the other person in the group physically attractive, they might just go ahead and full on be rude to that person. You know, I remembered that trend, and so whenever this young woman put out her video, of course my question was, why are we acting like this is a big deal?
Okay, so really quickly, my "this is a big deal" comment is in relation to some of the backlash that I saw coming from this video after it was posted on Instagram. When I was going through the Instagram comments, I was getting increasingly angry because it was reminding me of things that I've heard said to me before.
This is a good. I'm gonna see the rest of this tomorrow. We got 25 minutes left over, I think. It's a good video. I didn't meant to play it this long. You know, since we're talking about looks and all, I just want to share a random country. Can any of you guess what country this is? You're supposed to be people that would say their ages from 1 to 100, right? You can see why I don't care about looks, even by babies' looks, right? They look average, you know? Oh, he's cute. Oh my, oh, he's really cute. Why do you look older than me? Oh, he's cute. Oh my. Are these what Asian boys look like when they have... And they say Asians cannot get curly hair. Oh, he looks handsome. The 22-year-old. Oh my, he's pretty cute. Anyway, both of them are. Oh, the 23-year-old's cute. How am I older than like 1/3 of them? And they're average, you see? Oh, he's cute. He's my type. 27? Oh, he's cute too. Oh, the 30-year-old is pretty cute. So this is my age group? Oh crap, my controller's acting up again. So I see China, Japan, Taiwan, Japan, Korea. Okay, all of you are wrong. You're gonna be a little shocked. This is Mongolia. Damn it. So these are Mongolian people, and they're pretty attractive. Yet again, I do love the Asian looks. Yep, Mongolia. Okay, so this is getting close to my mother's age. Oh, she looks good for 56. 59, okay. 60. See, they're average, but they're healthy. You notice that? Oh, now we're getting to the old age. Oh, my grandfather's age coming up. Oh, Jerry, it's far from the Philippines. It's between Russia and China. Nope, 90s. It's a long time. I can't imagine living that long. 100! She looks like she's 80. I'm gonna play another one. Alright. Well, this is for my woman out there, okay? Oh, that peanut butter looks delicious. Yeah, it borders Russia. I forgot what country this is in. Oh, Greg, you're wrong. It's not the U.S. They're speaking Dutch, I think. Okay, my age. Oh, on my age group. 31. Oh, Lauren, you'd be 37. Let's see. Now you're older than a lot of these women. 37 is not a bad age. It's not. Oh, she looks good for 40. Oh, Benjamin, you didn't tell me your age. Okay, we all got an hour together. It's in the, I think it's the Netherlands. I think. I know. I remember seeing this before. They're still younger than my mother is, by the way. Oops. You're 23? Really? Oh, so I'm still much older than you. 62? She looks good for 62. 64. 65. I got it. 66. All these women in their 60s look good for their age. 70? She is not 70. 72? She looks good for her age. Again, a lot of people can't live past 70. She looks good for 76. And Michael, I forgot who is the oldest. I don't remember, to be honest with you. Oh, she looks good for 83. I mean, 2. Oh, it blocked your comment, Ailey. So you're older than me? Oh, she looks good for 92. 95. You're Alabama, Nary? So I can see the 101. It froze on me. Oh, 101. We went to 101. So I got a Tennessean, an Alabama, and a Georgian. That's pretty awesome. And of course, Desmond, you know, Mesa told me he's not here right now. So I got 2 Alabamans. That's an honor. I want everyone to decide here. Oh, you getting emotional, Jerry? I was too when I first seen this. Your grandmother lived to 90. That's a good age though. Because my grandfather used to be alive if he didn't got COVID, because he only lived to 80. I guess I could play one more. I should end it. I don't feel like doing the poll. Yeah, no, at the end we should. Hold on. Oh wait, oh, it's gonna play automatically. I know it's weird, isn't it, Brownie? It's really it's kind of interesting actually. All right, I'm gonna try this once, okay? Which of these countries do you want to see? I'm gonna choose them randomly. I'm too lazy to capitalize the letter, but yeah, these are just 4 random ones. Wait, can I watch that? I hope I can. Oh. Oh boy. No, wait, no. I'll say that. That Dumble's gonna like the next one. I'm not gonna say what it is though. You know what? Yeah, Dion, I think you should. Okay, so which one of these do you want to see? Oops. Sorry, I didn't meant to play that. Okay. France, Brazil, Ukraine, or China? No France yet? Interesting. Jerry, you voted Brazil? I know Amelia's going to vote Brazil. Wow, Ukraine and China are tied. That's interesting. I'm going to come back to this video, though. I already wrote her channel down. I love that video so far. It's so good. We only got 6 votes so far. I'm surprised Brazil's the... Why is Brazil the least, but France, Ukraine, and China are tied? Oh, Smash surpassed anime foods. Oh, Ukraine. I'm shocked. Oh, wow. Interesting. France and China are tied. And Michael, take your time. China's the least, huh? Brazil is almost tied with Ukraine. I'm surprised China's the least. So how's there 16 of you here? There's only like 12 of you here. I think. I just hope that there's no. I don't want anyone to use multiple accounts because that doesn't count. Only one. Yeah, I knew it's gonna change. Brazil and Ukraine are tied. Okay, no, Brazil. Interesting. And yeah, it's interesting. It is. Yeah. 18, Amelia? It's weird because I only see maybe 13 of you, maybe 12. I haven't keep attention because I know I get up to 30, but I'm guessing the other viewers they left. All right, so I guess it's Brazil then. I just wonder how I usually get 30 votes. I hope they don't click off the video. Also, I'm surprised. I'm not gonna say it though because YouTube's gonna. You know what? I got. How many of you? It's a 6, and then the thumbs. It's 6. Oh, wait. Someone else voted. Is Brazil? Yeah. I mean, I just hope they enjoy it though, because I know how people are. I know it's like a little bit paranoid. Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it, Bronny? I don't know why they keep. Well, on my end it says 7. Now it's 6. I'll try not to say that word because I don't know why. Because it will glitch up. I'm surprised the map book isn't glitching it up for some odd reason. I want to make sure. I don't want anyone to feel they're missing out. So the least is France. So let's see. I thought Ukraine was doing good, but I see Brazil is the winner here. So 22, Dumbo, really? 22? You mean voters? I don't know, Brownie. All right, there we go. Okay, now it's 22 voters. Just please do not use whoever it is. Do not, because it'll be so disrespectful if you are. I believe in equality, not inequality. All right, so Dumbo, it says voters. That's weird because it said 21 before you called it. I guess that's it then, Brazil. What? That's weird. That is weird, Dumbbell. Unless they're botting. Well, I think we have a winner here. France, though, I'm shocked they're the least. China was at first. I'm just being honest. Brazil, well, they were almost tied with Ukraine. People like Brazil that much? Oh, Emma, that's fine, dear. Take your time. We got an hour. Yes, go ahead. Everyone's thinking right now. Well, she does that. Oh, Jordan King uploaded another video. Creepy man run dating. Oh, yeah, I think I've seen one of those. His videos are... Oh, crap. All right, I gotta hurry up. All right, I'm so sorry. The Switch is gonna die. Okay, so I guess it's decided. Brazil, the Switch is gonna die. So let me find it. You can still vote though, but I think it's decided at this point. You voted Ukraine and then Brian, you voted China. Sally Brazil has the most votes. You have a friend from China. Oh, that's awesome, Brian. She's an international student. That's awesome. She is. Sorry about that. I gotta play this before it dies. Okay, Brazil it is. Okay. And where's Amelia? No wonder you voted Brazil. You see how diverse this country is? they're twins. Okay, and then we're getting close to Wesley's age when I first met him. Technically, he's 19. Well, he was going on 19. She's 19? She looks a little older. She's 19? She looks like she should be 23. Oh, he's cute. Oh, he's 20, huh? Interesting. Oh, he's my type. The 22-year-old's cute as well. 26. Wait. Okay, I remember. I'm 30, right? It's kind of weird to me. I'm older than most of them. The 25-year-old should look like she could be older than me. The 26-year-old look like he could be older than me, and I'm older than him. How's that possible? No, I see your flag, Amelia. I'm sorry. Me disculpe. She's 20. She's 31. I could kind of tell. Oh, she's 33. She looks a little rough for her age. Not in a mean way, of course. 35. What? Wait, he's 36 and he has gray hairs. How's that possible at that age? It's like cutting in Spanish if you can hear it. I'm the 40-year-old though. How there? My mother's older than a lot of them. He looks Asian. You see that? Oh yes, I mean they're Koreans and Japanese, a little Chinese as well. That's 52. Okay, my mother's age is coming up. I could see that. 59. I love how diverse this country is. Yeah, dang, I know there's gray hair. Yep, Grand, 59. Somebody looks good. 80. And she looks German or Polish. I love Brazil. I love how diverse this country is. You see why I love Wesley so much. '89. She looks healthy. I want to visit Brazil too, Paul. No! We stopped at the, let's see, 93? No! Hold on. Because I want to share a good video for Dumbo because I think it would help. I'm not going to tell what video it is. We just had to wait it out until 8 o'clock. Oh, yeah, that's right. You left it here. I'm sorry. I'm such a dum-dum. Oh, I left my Switch in here. Where is it though? Yeah, let's see. I think it's no, that's my plug. Where's my shit? Where is it? Here it is. Oh, Isabella, it's a lot. It's not. It's okay. It's not as a lot as in Tunisia. That's why it seems much bigger. It's around 218 million. It is a lot, but since the country is so massive that because of the Amazon and whatnot, it doesn't seem as densely populated. And what do you think about men having piercings? Oh, attractive, Mason. Really attractive, to be honest with you. A lot of women do like that, or at least I know some women do. Honestly. And sorry for being very quiet. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Dumbo. If you need to leave early, you can. I'm sorry to hear that you have a headache. I want to share something very good you might like. Oh, Mason, they wanted it. Well, that's wonderful. That's good. Really? I'll take a quick look. Sorry, for the ones that are not American, it's our football team, right? Not football, but American football. So we were against the New Orleans Saints. I'll take a quick look. Crap. I think it froze on me.
Cameron Jordan, 4 sacks last year, picks up his first this season. Second down at 21, they give it to him. Try to get to the end.
Man, MacBook, why? All right, Dan, should work. The live stream is working, right? I'm sorry. The thing flashed. Also, it's funny. It says like I got 8 people here. All right, I'm sorry about that. I don't know what the heck happened. What happened? I'm trying to share something. I'm sorry about that, Bronny. What do you want to share? You're not doing well mentally. I understand. I really do. I'm good. It's working. I'm sorry about that. This damn MacBook.
He's stuck behind a lot of scrimmage. Pull away the 10th street. The tight end sets up in the backfield. That's Stoll. Rattler on third down. Rattler steps up. He rolls. He throws, and he just throws it away. Incomplete. Going to be 4th down.
So that's the New Orleans Saints jerseys. I like theirs. So we're still wearing our white jersey. I like how the way number 1 is running. Also, I got another damn ad. Anyway, that's what our football is. It actually makes sense. And then the Detroit Lions and the Green Bay Packers are going to run 49ers and the Seattle Seahawks, huh? They're called the Tennessee Titans versus the Denver Broncos. And then my mother's state, they lost, right? They're playing against, that one went viral, 4 million. The LA Chargers. Oh, we're going to the Vegas Raiders? Wait, that was 2 weeks ago for the preseason. What? Wait, actually, I know Vegas. Oh, so that's what. I thought it was California. I know that was Vegas is flat. So that's why I'm missing a lot of those out here in my neighborhood. Really now? Interesting. You're a Cowboys fan? I could tell for some reason. Yeah. Like the per stats rate. Oh, Brownie, if you want to type in the word soul aside, with an O, you can. I'm sorry to hear that. Please tell me. I know that YouTube's being a damn bastard right now. And what? And not wanting you to share, which should be a crime itself for them. Post-game reaction, Ugly went for the... Oh, he's cute. And he's in my state? He's Mexican. He's cute. Okay.
Your favorite team. So subscribe it up. It's absolutely for free. But today, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about Cardinals versus Saints. You guys did not watch the game. It just concluded where the Cardinals ended up beating the New Orleans Saints by 7 points, 20-13.
7 points.
1-0 on the season. I'm not gonna lie to you. Scored a lot of points in this game that kind of got frustrated with the offensive side of the ball and also the Arizona side of the ball as well, which, as of right now, when I'm looking at this game,
Woody's ads are all over the place. Okay. The cowboy hat? Yeah, that's true, Haley. I can tell you tomorrow. Well, Mia, are you sure?
5 sacks. 5 sacks today. Well, Spencer Rattler was only sacked once.
And Bronny, please tell me what's going on.
The Texans versus the Rams. Go Texans, right? But in this game specifically, in the first half, I was pretty proud. I'm not going to lie. I was pretty proud of the Arizona Cardinals in the first half. The second half, I was really hoping that either the defense side of the ball or the offense side of the ball really kind of came up and showed up. Now, you're probably going to sit back and say, well, the defense only gave up 13 points, right? That's good, right? But why are you so upset? I'm not upset, right? I was really just expecting more from the defense, if I'm going to be real with you. I was expecting a lot more from the defense. Now, of course, Calais Campbell, Josh Sweat, who else? Like second year of Darius Robinson. We saw Jordan Birch almost.
I think it keeps getting blocked.
I was expecting a lot more from this defense. And you also got to take a look at your opponent. You're playing the New Orleans Saints. This is the team that, let's be real, a lot of guys have that are probably going to be somewhere in the top 5 in the somewhere in the 2026 NFL draft. So although I'm happy that we won this game, of course, any win is a W. You got to celebrate it. But I was really expecting more of a dominating fashion by the Arizona Cardinals offense and defense. Let's take a look at some stats, shall we?
So we did decently.
Half,
at least we won, though.
In the first half, I was actually proud of the Arizona Cardinals. I really was. Kyler Murray was like 140-something yards, 150 yards. And guess what?
So we got Kyler Murray and Trey Benson, and then the Saints is Spencer Kamara. I don't know what CER means. Well, Trey had more yards than Alvin, and then Kyler, though, however, he has less yard distance than Spencer did. Oh, so Kyler has 2 touchdowns, TDS. Alvin only has 1 touchdown, and then, interesting. I'm sorry. Oh, Lucas, I'm sorry. I forgot what peak noise is. What is peak noise? I forgot what it is. And Bronny, if it keeps getting blocked, you could censor it. I know that Humphrey had to go to bed in 40 minutes. I'm trying to keep track. I don't know who the Cardinals are playing next week. Right. No, that makes sense. But that's good. We got 20, though. Against 30? That's really good. So Bronny is like white noise. Let me see. Or here. Pink noise. Why is it called that? I heard a brown noise for some odd reason. Pink noise, black screen. Let me see. I do listen to rain sounds. I think that's considered white noise, right? I always wonder why they call these based off the color when these are not colors. Wait, no, this is white noise, right? Wait, is this like a sound of a waterfall? For everyone confused about pink noise versus white noise is flat frequency. So I'm the white noise type, which is why it sounds sharper in the high frequencies. Pink noise is slanted frequency with more energy. Interesting. Pink noise has nothing to do with Barbie. Audio engineer here. So pink noise is louder, right? I think because this sounds so sensitive because I got good hearing, I'll listen to white noise. I'm surprised people fall asleep to pink noise. Really? Oh, it's like a beach, ocean, forest, and trees. Well, I don't live by the beach, so that's probably why. because it's so quiet here, I'm more adapted to the white noise. Water coming out of a bathtub faucet? Kinda. I guess it does help some people, doesn't it? Interesting. Pretty much, Grand, yeah. It helps you sleep. Yeah, I have sleep issues. I listen to rain though, but I have to watch sometimes I like to watch it when the rain drops, but it depends. I would listen to it in my mother's room though. But I got stuff sleeping in there because for some odd reason, my brain is a little weird, right? I get depressed when I sleep in my mother's room. Okay, this is gonna be a little insane, but don't you like? Do you ever feel that you had to be in a certain? Okay, this is like an autistic trait. I don't like it though. It sucks, but don't you feel that you had to be in a certain room or spot to sleep? Because for some reason, maybe it's the lighting, I don't know. I cannot sleep around my mother's room sometimes. But when I'm in here, though, I do. Well, it depends. Of course, well, since I have the constant light on, it helps. But the thing is, though, I think that's why I've been so depressed. Because, yeah, I was really, with my condition, right? I felt so drowsy getting out of bed, my mother's bed in the morning. I didn't sleep that well. So I might need to start sleeping in here. You know, I like being in there sometimes, but I might need to limit that down because it's not helping me. So I'm not the only one then. Good. No one really listens anyway, and I wanna accidentally yawn. Oh, Brownie, I don't care. Yell at me. I don't care. Yeah, I feel awful. I do that too to all of you, though. You know, none of you did anything wrong. So, Brownie, I understand. So there's green and blue noise? And you listen to rain noises? My brother does too, Haley. So all of you do. That is really interesting. Is that Tool? I love that. So I'm not the only one. Well, that's good then. You know what? Can I play something that's because I know half of you are going to really up on time over to me. I'm trying to play a soundtrack that I like. All right, no, I know. Okay, a little warning. It's gonna be triggering, not in the bad way. This is gonna be. I may cry when I listen to this music. I don't think I should, but I want to. All right, now I don't want to say what game this is from, but this is one of the most emotional soundtracks I've ever heard. I get emotional when I hear it. It's so good. I think who made this soundtrack? Damn it. He needs an award for this. What? What? Brownie, please don't. Is that why? No, 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 no. Brownie, if you're still here, please give me a bear emoji. I know I can't do anything. I know it's your decision. But I hope that... Is that why she's at the bridge? Oh. I'm trying to be subtle here. Brownie, she's saying that that's why she's on that bridge, right? Should not play this music. That was my mistake. Brownie is thinking about suicide, right? Oh, what else she hasn't. I don't want to shout because it's not going to help. Oh no. I hope she didn't attempt. And I know that all of you had to go. Most of you had to go to bed in a half hour. Oh no! I'm not gonna do anything because I don't want to do anything until we hear Brownie. I hope she didn't. I hope she didn't jump off. She would have feel this way. Damn it. Brownie, if you can still hear my voice, okay, just pay attention to me, okay? Please type the word bear or the bear emoji. I hope she didn't attempt. I hope she didn't attempt it. My phone is asleep. I'm trying to distract myself here. So I believe he's all crumbled out because it's drying. I hope she's fine. You know what? Sorry, a little leaf. Dumbo, how do we know that? I don't want her to, because especially what I've been going through, I don't want her to feel that way like I have. Let me look at this leaves. But Dumbo, I'm sorry, I got a little confused. Also, why am I eating this leaf? I know it's not edible. I don't know why I'm doing that. I hope she's okay. I know it's late for her as well because it's 11 o'clock. Oh boy. I hope she's okay though. I really am. I do thank all of you for being so supportive because it's not easy to get this type of support. It's especially for Bronny, of course. I hope she's okay as well, Lucas. I really am. Oh boy. I hope that's the case. I hope it is. Yeah. She needs because I do this all the time myself. Because I know Bonnie told me that she felt suicide before, and I absolutely understand that. I hope that's the case. Maybe she's just Dumbo, that's great. That would mean a lot if you do. That way you can keep me updated. That would mean a lot. I just hope that she just had just like how I acted earlier. I was overstimulated. I hope that was the case. Because I know she said I even told her if she want to shout out at me, she can. I don't care. Yeah, I want her to do that instead of wanting to, die by suicide. Yeah, I know I gotta eat something. I'll play a soothing soundtrack while I microwave a burrito. I just don't know what's up. Does it distract me here? Well, Dumbo, she's not gonna answer immediately though. But go ahead. Yeah, I hope she's okay too, dang it. I really hope so. Damn it, I should have asked her what her favorite music was. That would have helped. That's my mistake. I wasn't thinking clearly. Okay, I should have swallowed that piece of belief. My mistake. You know, it's just a small piece. I don't know why the hell I did that. I didn't meant to swallow that piece of leaf. I hope she's okay too, Haley. Damn it, my mistake. I gotta drink some water. I don't know why I did that. Yeah, that's why I'm fine. Why it's why it's March 3, so I should be fine. I wish, Mia. I wish. It sucks that Mason doesn't have her number though. Excuse me. Damn, I got hiccups. Yeah, me either, Isabella. Oh, because I know she was suicidal, but I didn't expect her to say something like this. I know that all of you had to go to bed in what, a half hour or so. Yeah, Michael, I don't blame you. Especially since I know she doesn't have the opportunity to be on here because of her studies. I'll be back. Okay, I'm gonna microwave a burrito. Okay, so I had to be a little quiet because my mother's asleep and my brother is taking a shower. Yeah, I know, Shelby. I know it is. It's just that, she's not here as much because her studies. She's been here for. She's been supporting me for years, way longer than Dumbo has. And the last thing I got to hear is that she basically. I don't want to go into detail. This is why I wish my stupid phone will work, but we never can get that fucking phone fixed. From my language. Oh well. I don't think I'm ever gonna get the damn phone fixed at this point. Yeah, well, me too. That's why I don't want to just. Oh yeah, like let's just listen to music. No, because that's just. Well, or maybe calm music is fine, but I don't want to come off as self-centered here. Paul, I don't know. You could try, but well, Dumbo, he already has that cover though. I hope she's okay too. Oh. Wait, Brownie, you're. Oh, sorry. I know. I had to take a moment. Wait, what? Well, I'm glad you're fine then. What happened? Tell me. Hell, if you're only comfortable with telling me, please do. I guess Dumbo was right, and Danny, I guess you're right too. Well, I'm just glad she's okay then. That's all that matters at this point. I'm just relieved. Also, the reason why I don't want to overreact because I know it's getting late for all of you, and my mother's asleep, so I had to be calm here. So I don't know what music to play because I got caught off guard. I guess she just needs some space. I'm glad she's alright. That's all I care at the moment. I can't think of any music to play because it's a little late and normally some music I play is during the afternoon. Yeah, I know, Cherry. I just want to distract myself still. Because I know it gets awkward when the stream gets too quiet. Yeah, me too, Jerry. Me too. I didn't know she made a video, Dumbo. Good to know that she does. I didn't know she makes videos. Oh. Yeah, me too, Haley. And Dumbo, yeah, if you want to read yourself, you can. Yeah, she came back. I think she just needs some time. I guess we could continue. I know Jerry told me I don't want to rush. I just don't know what to play though, because I'm sidetracked here. Yeah, Lauren, me too. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I had a feeling she does. I understand. I'm like that too, so I really understand that. Like I had a feeling she does these space, just like all of you see me that way as well. But oh. I don't know what to look right now. I don't know. Yeah, I know. I kind of want to though. You know what? I'll try to knock some sense. No wait. No. I don't want to play that right now. Me too. Oh, damn, that's right. Yeah. All right, the Switch is kind of charged at 27%. Well, she has some space. Here's the video. Dumbo, you're still here, right? So I'm gonna share this now.
Don't trust your shirts to water down.
Oh wait, I gotta wait for the ad. Okay, good. Okay. And Dumbo, if you want to tell me some of these cat breeds, you can. Yep. Oh, okay. 17 is a door, or is it 18? That looks like Garfield. And then that looks like a sign. Okay, that's that naked Egyptian cat. That's one of my favorites. 24 looks adorable. 26. 27. 28's cute. Yeah, Mason, me too. You know, I have one when it's a toddler. 34, I would love to have. Yep, these are cats 100 years. I'm not sure how many years is in cat years, though. I know dog years to say 7. I know 100 is... Damn, you forgot how you did. I know 70 is 10 years. So these cats are what? Around 6 or 7? Oh, Dumbo, I'm sorry to hear that. Go ahead. Take your time. Why is there a tiger in there? I hope Dumbo's alright. It's definitely because of all the work that he had to do. Oh, Lord, I don't know. I wish I do, but I don't know that much about cats. Oh, Ben, you gotta go to sleep? Well, thank you for being here. Okay, 92 is adorable. Oh, Paul, I love hamsters. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen one. Wait, I could tell these cats are pretty old. Oh, I don't know one. I don't know if I'll show us the one for dogs. I'll keep that one for tomorrow. So Bam went to bed. I know the rest of you had to go to bed around 10 minutes, right? Did I saw that? Boys only, right? Crap, 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 crud. I don't think I have. Oh, Granny, you gotta go to sleep. So slightly early, that's fine. I hope you sleep well. So Ben and Gran so far went to bed. I'll just share part of it. So that's Greg's son's age. Wait. That's 16? Yeah, he looks like his. You look like he's like 18, slightly older. 18. The 19-year-old though, wow. He has a full beard and mustache. I mean, I know it's possible, but it kind of shocks me. At 19? He's cute though. Oh wait, no, not beard. Sorry, mustache. He's 22. He doesn't look like. He looks like he's like 27. How am I older than a lot of these boys? I don't get it. Even the ones that are 20s. 22 though? Wow. 25-year-old's kind of cute though. Oh crap, 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 crap. 26-year-old's cute. He's 27? I'm older than him? What? There's no way this guy is 20s. Really? He look like he's like 35. The 28-year-old, you look he's like 36. How do guys in their late 20s look much older all of a sudden? He's 30. Yeah, he looks like his age. Yeah. The 33-year-old's kind of cute. 37, 38, 40. Looks good for 40. No, Jerry. No, it's not weird for you to like spiders. And Haley, that's really thoughtful of you. I'm so sorry. I know it's a hassle, but I'm honored that you want to sub on both. That means a lot. And I think it's the Neverland, Shelby, give or take. And Paul, I forgot your age. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting all your ages. I do not know why. Okay, so Daniel had to go to bed. Well, Daniel, thank you very much for being here. I forgot all your ages. I keep forgetting. Darn it. He looks good for 50. Okay, I like his hat. My mother's age. Oh, I like the nose piercing. Are you okay, Dumbbell? The worst headache? It's all the. It's probably because of your shift, huh? Is that a smoke pipe? Getting close to my grandfather's age before he passed. Oh, love that mustache. 80. He looks great for 80. Oh, wow. 84? Oh, love his beard. 85. 89. Nongi. Oh, my. And yet they say us men don't live long. Yes, we do. Why do the men look younger than the women? I love the nose. He looks good for 100, and this is Dumbo's age. Dumbo's gonna be a little shocked. Yeah. I'm sorry, Dumbo. I know you're not okay because you drew up. I'm sorry. If you need to go to bed early, Dumbo, you can. He's cute. He's 20. I love his freckles. The 32-year-old, though. Interesting. All right, Lucas, I gotta go to bed. Thank you for being here. 88, Emma, that's awesome. Are you sure, Dumbbell? Yeah, I think everyone's able to go to bed now because this brownie is okay. So all of you can rest. I'm sorry, I love these videos. I could do more of this tomorrow. So it's a handful. Let's see. I forgot how many went to bed. Daniel, Emma, Lucas. I think 5 of them went to bed. Oh, Shelby, that's 6. All right. Thank you, Shelby. I hope you. Oh, that's right. You didn't tell me. Yeah, tell me tomorrow. Ronnie. Oh, good. You're back. Everyone's trying to go to bed. But Ronnie, are you okay though? I'll do more of those ages tomorrow. I'm glad you're doing fine. I was about to eat a burrito too. I've got to eat a plain because I'm out of barbecue sauce. Oh, can I play something to ease the mood? Hold on. I'm sorry. I used to watch when I was younger. Hold on. I'm sorry. I used to watch Mortal when I was younger. I'm not kidding. Oh my god. I need to watch it. I watched it for years. He may sound familiar. Oh, I need him now. I forgot Damn it, 15 years ago? How old is he? I did watch him since I was in my high school years, but damn it. I guess he was only a little older than me. So he's probably maybe in his, let's say, early 40s. I know he's a father. Yes, Michael, please do. Yes, honestly. Yeah, the thing is, Ronnie, he had the worst headache. I'm just glad that you're okay at least, or at least both of you are.
They gotta wait for the piece of shit to load. Remember those early CD-based game consoles like the PlayStation? You always have to wait for everything to load. Well, it's nothing like that. This thing actually takes 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Yeah, I timed it.
Then the title screen starts up with the music, and you're like, wow. But wait, what the hell is this? Type in the character that appears in column 9, row 10? Oh, come on, I gotta get the code card. Yeah, the code card. Match up the damn numbers, and there you go. It's 5. Why do I gotta do that? So you pick your difficulty, and then guess what? It's gotta load again. 54 seconds this time. Not long, but seems like an eternity. So anyway, you get this comic book storyline thing, and then you son of a bitch. Probably 2 weeks later, when you finally start playing the game, you'll be surprised that the graphics are quite decent and the gameplay is self-explanatory. You just fly around and shoot stuff. You don't have to be Clark Kent and find subway passes or any bullshit like that. So it's actually better.
Yeah, I hope so too,
That's not saying
Ronnie.
much. That's like saying the shit that I
And
took
Michael
last
Isabel,
night was
hope
better
you
than
both
the shit
sleep
I took
well.
the day before. Controllers are
Who else is still up? I know Greg is for the next 25 minutes.
Sega Genesis controller. Isn't that amazing? The first level has a 3D perspective. The second level, you're protecting a space shuttle from a bunch of asteroids. This one's more like a 2D shooter. The third level is like a side scroller, so it has
Wait, I wanna share my favorite part. Okay, good.
immediately as the game stock music. Why not the Superman theme? You know, the John Williams one? Why don't any of these games have that? Immediately as the game begins, you have to start flying through rings. I don't even have any time to get used to the control. You think that as soon as the game starts, you have a little free range, you know, to fly around and explore. But no, you gotta fly through rings. And you can't fuck up. If you miss more than, I think, 3, I don't know, sometimes it's 2 and sometimes it's 4, so I'm not sure. But basically, if you miss a few of these rings, you go back to the beginning. And you keep trying it over and over until you get it right. And on top of that, there's a time limit. And being that this is the first part of the game, you'd think that the time limit would be a little lenient, but no, it gives you just barely enough time to get through all these rings. You gotta be perfect. Looks like I'm doing a real shitty job, but the control is awful. You have to be very
All right, Jared. I
specific
hope you
with the
sleep
joystick,
well.
or else Superman takes a dive.
Oh, Paul went to bed.
And then when you try to make
Are you
it
sure,
fun,
Emma?
it just goes all over the place. Well, probably know better than I. It goes without saying, but this game is horrendous. And you know what the most pathetic thing about it is? This game isn't even 10 years old. Just barely. You'd think by 1999 there'd be some kind of quality standard. What? I'm stuck? How the hell am I stuck? I'm underneath the bridge. Looks like Superman stroking his super dick. So naturally, when a game gives you a time limit, you're in a hurry. You can't. Fuck. How the hell am I stuck? I'm underneath the bridge. Looks like Superman stroking his super dick. So naturally, when a game gives you a time limit, you're in a hurry.
I'm
You
fine,
can't
Emma.
take
Don't
any
worry.
break.
Yeah, please go to bed.
Keep moving.
Brody, she's
If you miss
okay
a
though.
ring, you have the option to turn around and try to get it again.
Oh, Barney, it was really serious. Are you kidding me? I was just trying to be subtle because I know I can be loud and all because my mother's asleep and, well, I know that panicking is not gonna do me anything. Plus, I was telling everyone because you've been around my channel for a long time, way longer than Dumbo is. But Lauren, I hope you sleep well. Yeah. Because the thing is, Michael said that he was too worried to go to bed. But since that you're okay, though, everyone is able to go to bed right on time. You know, kind of like what happened to me, that incident. Excuse me. Damn it. Good night, Emma. Hope you sleep well. Everyone's jumping like flies.
Strike against you unless you skip to the next ring. So basically, you have to go through all the rings.
So Jerry went to bed at 8:36. Emma went to bed at 8:38.
Crash into it. Well, that didn't do a damn thing. You mean you can't die? Well, absolutely not. You're just stuck in limbo until the time runs out.
Brownie, don't worry about it. You have to take care of school and, you know, yourself first. And Brian, I hope you sleep well. You have duty tomorrow. That's understandable. I'm just glad that you're still here. And if you weren't, Bonnie, I'll still understand. It's not selfish of how you acted. I want you to know that. You're just overwhelmed. Ew! Oh, that's disgusting. Ew.